Welcome to our March 28th Business Board meeting. Thanks to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and to those who are watching this meeting via live stream. Now let us begin the meeting by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will call the roll to recognize that we have a quorum, starting with Mr. Kim.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ms. Harris?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Smondrowski.
Thanks for patiently waiting on us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, Grace Rivera Oven, District 1.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Julie Yang.
And Ms. Wolf will be joining us shortly. Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the revised agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous with those present. Okay, next on our agenda is item number 3, which is our Human Resources and Development Report. Dr. McKnight?
Thank you, Ms. Silvestri, and good afternoon, everyone. We do bring forward to the board today a few human resources and development appointments. The first appointment coming forward today is for Mr. Robert Sinclair, Jr. as consulting principal in the Department of Professional Growth Systems in the Office of Human Resources and Development in the Office of the Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Sinclair has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for 25 years as a mathematics teacher and most recently as principal of James Herbert Blake High School. Mr. Sinclair looks forward to joining the Office of Human Resources and Development to support the development of the system's leaders to ensure that every student will have the academic, creative problem-solving, and social-emotional skills to be successful. Shout-outs to his wife, Sandy, and daughter, Taylor, a 2020 Northwest High School graduate, and son, Ethan, a Northwest High School senior.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present.
Congratulations and thank you. Our next appointment coming to the board is an appointment for Ms. Velma C. Nahera as principal of Watkins Mill High School. Joining her today is her mother, Vilma Rivas Cativo, and grandmother, Emma Cativo. Shouts out to her father, Oscar, and brother, Hugo, and grandfather, Hugo Rivas. Ms. Nahera has been employed with MCPS for 22 years as a Spanish teacher, world language resource teacher, principal intern, and most recently as acting principal at Brown Station Elementary School. Ms. Nahera looks forward to returning to Watkins Mill High School to being a part of their community and supporting its students and families.
Move approval.
Delighted to be involved.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous with those present.
Indeed, excitement. Congratulations. Congratulations. Our next appointment moving forward is appointment for Ms. Jennifer M. Redding as principal at Burning Tree Elementary School. Joining her today is her husband, Chad Beswick. Ms. Redding has been employed with MCPS for 17 years as a teacher, staff development teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently, acting principal at Burning Tree Elementary School. Ms. Redding looks forward to permanently joining the Burning Tree Elementary School Frogs and to support its students, staff, and community.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous with those present.
Congratulations. And next, our final appointment is for Ms. Nicola A. Wallen as principal of Goshen Elementary School. Ms. Wallen has been employed with MCPS for 20 years as a special education teacher, general education teacher, staff development teacher, assistant principal, and most recently as principal at Wingate Elementary School. Ms. Wallen looks forward to joining Goshen Elementary School to support high-quality instruction wrapped in care. Shout outs to her family, friends, and mentors who have supported her on this leadership journey.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That is unanimous. Those.
Thank you. That completes my appointments.
Moving on to our next agenda item, which is recognitions.
Okay.
Dr. McKnight?
All right. Thank you so much. I will now begin with our recognitions. The first is recognition of Arab American Heritage Month. Estevanico Azin Mori, a Moroccan man, was the first Arabic-speaking person to arrive in present-day southern United States in 1527 as an explorer for Spain and later explored the Gulf of Mexico, as well as present-day Florida, Texas, and New Mexico. Arab Americans have ancestral ties to people from 22 North African and Southwest Asian countries with a common linguistic and cultural heritage representing approximately 3.5 million people in the U.S. Arab Americans are ethnically, politically, and religiously diverse. Arab Americans have made significant cultural, scientific, medical, and engineering contributions that currently shape how Americans live their daily lives, such as the waffle cone, television transmission, and liquid crystal display screens, emotion recognition technology, iPod and iPhone, surgical developments, and internet security. Arab American Heritage Month is a nationwide celebration of honors, achievements, and contributions of Arab Americans. Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to inclusive curricula, creating welcoming environments and learning experiences for Arab Americans, families, and students, and providing professional learning opportunities for teachers. Therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of April 2023 to be Arab American Heritage Month and encourage staff, students, and parents and guardians and the community to actively honor and contribute and acknowledge the contributions of Arab Americans in Montgomery County, the state, and the nation, and enhance awareness of the impact of attitudes and expectations on the achievement of Arab American students.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That is unanimous for those present.
Thank you. Our next recognition is recognition of the Month of the Military Child. The Month of the Military Child was established to recognize and celebrate the special role military children play in the U.S. Armed Forces community. 2023 marks the 37th year that we celebrate April as the Month of the Military Child. Each day, military children experience unique challenges which they face with resilience and dignity beyond their years. It is essential to recognize that military children do make a significant contribution to our nation through understanding and supporting their military parents who often work long hours and make numerous deployments when called upon. Branches of the United States military strive to provide a safe and nurturing environment for military children, enabling our men and women in uniform to focus on the missions and challenges ahead, knowing that their children are safe and secure. These children are a source of pride and honor to us all. It is only fitting that we take time to let them know that they are valued and supported, and that we recognize that military-connected children serve too. The Month of the Military Child reinforces this concept and allows us to take this opportunity to recognize that military children play an important role in the support of their parents and thus the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education hereby proclaims April as the Month of the Military Child to recognize the important contributions and sacrifices our military children make as we honor them throughout the month of April.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous with those present.
Thank you. Our next recognition is recognition of National Autism Acceptance Month. The month of April has been designated National Autism Acceptance Month by the Autism Society of America and Autism Speaks. The autism community calls for a move from using awareness to acceptance to foster change and inclusivity for those affected by autism. The change in terminology aims to foster acceptance and initiate change through improved support and opportunities in education, employment, accessible housing, affordable health care, and comprehensive long-term services. Autism spectrum disorders refer to a complex, lifelong developmental disability that typically appears during early childhood and can impact a child's social skills, communication, relationships, and self-regulation. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention indicates that the prevalence of autism in the United States has risen from 1 in 125 children in 2004 to 1 in 44 children in 2018 across all cultural, ethnic, and socioeconomic groups. MCPS proudly serves students with autism ages birth to 21 in a range of settings, promoting equitable access to services within the least restrictive environment. MCPS appreciates the opportunity to partner with a multitude of community organizations that provide supports to people with autism throughout their lifespan. MCPS renews its commitment to collaborate with families, schools, and community in the interest of ensuring that people with autism are accepted as valued members in Montgomery County. Therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of April 2023 to be National Autism Acceptance Month and continue to pledge their support to staff, members, families, and community partners who collectively work to promote success for students with autism in college, career, and the community.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous with those present.
Thank you. Our next recognition is recognition of National Student Leadership Week. National Student Leadership Week serves as an annual recognition of the important roles that student leaders play in schools and communities. MCPS recognizes the innovative ways student leaders have worked to build their own leadership skills, develop leadership in others, and use these skills to make a positive impact on their communities. Student leaders from across MCPS serve on principal advisory councils, district committees, and work groups. They testify at the Board of Education meetings to share the student experience and to advocate for the interests of schools and their student peers. Student leadership opportunities continue to grow in Montgomery County Public Schools, from traditional school-based student government associations to a multitude of leadership groups to include Minority Scholars Program, MoCo Empower, MoCo Pride Youth, the Superintendent's Leadership Academy, and a host of school-based leadership programs that further extend leadership development opportunities to students across the district. In April of 2023, student leadership activities include the election of the student member of the Montgomery County Board of Education, the election of the Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association officers, the Next Generation Leadership Day for incoming 5th grade students, and a high school voter registration drive. The Montgomery County Board of Education has a continuing commitment with the support of school administrators, staff, parents, guardians, and community members to instill strong citizenship values in emerging student leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education Superintendent of Schools hereby declare April 24th to April 30th, 2023 to be National Student Leadership Week in Montgomery County Public Schools, and be it further resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools commend student leaders for their hard work and positive contributions on behalf of MCPS and urge citizens to recognize student leaders and support their accomplishments as they develop the skills needed for future local, state, and national leaders.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That is unanimous.
Okay, one more recognition. It's an exciting month. Our final recognition is recognition of National Volunteer Week. National Volunteer Week is an opportunity to recognize and thank the volunteers who lend their time, talent, voice, and support to our students and schools. MCPS is committed to collaborating with parents, guardians, community members, and organization partners who volunteer to expand opportunities for students and families and positively impact our schools and community. More than 50,000 individuals volunteer to provide support to our students. These volunteers act as listeners, role models, motivators, tutors, mentors, and classroom assistants. They also coordinate school events and programs and participate in school system committees, work groups, and advisory groups to improve educational experiences, opportunities, and outcomes for all students. MCPS supports the county executives' Montgomery Serves Awards through the Montgomery County Volunteer Center. These awards celebrate volunteers who make invaluable contributions to Montgomery County and other initiatives to encourage volunteer service in Montgomery County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education, Superintendent of Schools, honor, celebrate, and thank our volunteers, parents, guardians, community, and business partners and students in helping other students and dedicating their service to education and students in our schools. And be it further resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby declare April 16th to April 22nd, 2023 as National Volunteer Week in Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Silvestri. And I do have a few comments that I'd also like to make in many ways are recognizing some of the work that's happening around the district. So before we actually go into the next part of the agenda, I wanted to share some things that are happening most recently that I think is important for our public to know. Much of it is around this theme of celebration. So later today in our meeting, we're going to give a presentation around evidence of learning, but we're also going to talk about our community schools model. I'm excited that we're providing that presentation today because in just a few days, Montgomery County will be acknowledged for receiving the Magna Award from the National Association of Boards of Education, and it is to really celebrate the model of our community schools here that are implemented in Montgomery County Public Schools. And just to give a little background, the community schools model is one that was just developed in 2019. Yes, that was the year at the very beginning of COVID, of the COVID year, and it was a part of the rollout of the Maryland Blueprint as well. And so it does provide the opportunity for us to develop partnerships, as I was just talking about volunteers, with many community organizations to be able to provide different resources to our schools. And we know that in order for our students to be able to learn, they have to have some of the basic needs met. And if the school is able to provide that, that is a really valuable opportunity. So I just want to give a shout out to our staff members who are so much a part of us receiving this award in Montgomery County Public Schools. And I also want to acknowledge that this was built during one of the most difficult times within the school system at the very beginning of COVID-19. So while that award will come to the district, I want to make sure that everybody who is in any way associated with the community schools within Montgomery County feel that acknowledgement because you so much were a large part of that. So, and just to give you a few statistics too, I did have that when I think about the impact that's happening in these schools, we've served more than 15,642 students through our food pantries and family markets. Significant. We've distributed more than 82,000 diapers and wipes to our families. So this is important. When we think about our children, know that they're always extended to a family or others, and the more that we can care for them as a whole, the better we're supporting our students. Again, on the space of celebration, this is also a month in which we start to share out our award-winning teachers and staff within the system, and so I wanted to take a moment to recognize them today. First, we have Mr. Kamani Gray, the Supply Services Coordinator for the Supply and Property Management Unit. He was recently named as our Supporting Services Employee of the Year. Mr. Yes, please. So if you see him, please give him a shout out. From everything that I hear about Mr. Gray, they say that he takes great care in the work in a very personal way that he provides. He supports by providing additional furniture to schools, removing furniture that's no longer needed. He works on traditional classroom needs such as the tables, desks, the desk for the teacher, the student desk, everything that's in that classroom. He takes care of the conference rooms and library nooks. His colleagues, I understand, behind the scenes call him the glue that keeps it all together. And so we just appreciate him and so excited that he is being acknowledged. I also want to congratulate Miss Amanda Hammersley. I had an opportunity to speak to her by phone too. She's so delightful. Her students were in the background, and I was able to give her a call. But she is a fourth grade teacher at Chevy Chase Elementary School, and she's been named as this year's Rising Star Teacher of the Year. That award is one that we started to acknowledge those who were just coming into the profession, who were new, that we identified as upcoming rising stars within the district. And so the Rising Star Award has been one that we've had, I believe, in the district for the past, well, it requires that a teacher has to have been teaching between a minimum of 1 to 3 years within the districts to be awarded. But some of the things I wanted to mention about Ms. Hammersley, they say that she makes learning like a real-life adventure. And this was said by a former student, and I can attest to that because I heard it in the background when I gave her a call one day. A student also said, I get excited about her class, and I can see why I am learning what she teaches and how I'm going to use it in real life. She makes me love school. I don't think it gets any better than that, because that's exactly what we want all of our students to experience. So, so excited to be able to acknowledge her. We've also named 3 teachers as finalists for the 23-24 MCPS Teacher of the Year. The finalists are the first, Ms. Megan Anderson. She's a finalist, and she's the 5th grade teacher and team leader at Chevy Chase Elementary School, and she's duly certified in bilingual special education. She has worked in education for 23 years and 16 years in MCPS. One of her former 3rd grade students wrote, "She never ever made me feel that I wasn't the smartest kid in the class. Even when I didn't do my best, she made me feel like I was worthy. I am special because of her." I share those with you because these are from our students, and I think it's really important to hear their perceptions as well as we acknowledge our teachers. Our next finalist is Miss Yuju April Moon, and she's a 6th grade English teacher at Ridgeview Middle School. So she is a 19-year veteran and previously taught 4th grade at Matsunaga Elementary School, and she taught reading. She currently teaches reading to 7th and 8th graders at Ridgeview. So Ms. Moon, it helps to ensure her students' success by understanding different learning styles and acknowledging that in her classroom every day and how she works with her students. One of the comments that was made was that Ms. Moon is one of my favorite teachers because she teaches everything so well and clearly and explains things when my classmates and I do not understand. She always knew how to help us even if we did not ask for help. I know I've talked a lot about us looking at how the teacher performance translate into the success for students. I did want to acknowledge that her students have had significant development in the area of vocabulary on the MAP-R test. In her 21-22 school year, this goal was to see a growth of 2 to 3 points, but her students made increases from 2 to 30 points within our classroom. So shout out to Ms. Moon. In terms of having that type of results on the MAP-R for her students. Continue, and thank you for your work. And our third finalist is Ms. Shannon McKenzie, and she's a child development teacher at Clarksburg High School. She's been in education for 23 years and in MCPS for 7. And she started teaching, on her own, actually, in a private preschool for students. So she's in her 2nd year at Clarksburg, but she rapidly has grown the child development program, more than doubling the enrollment in the 2nd year. 41 students were enrolled in child development courses the 1st year, while by the next year, 95 students enrolled. The Clarksburg program, they call themselves the Coyote Pups preschool program. They serve 12 families. And a comment made about Ms. McKenzie was that Ms. McKenzie pours as much effort and attention into all of her students, whether they plan to complete the child development program and pursue teaching, or whether they are just taking a level of child development to fill an elective class. And this is what one of her students wrote about her. And so just want you to know personally who these teachers were, and the Teacher of the Year will be announced in person at our, I'm so excited about us returning to our awards ceremony and celebration on April 24th. So everyone, please mark your calendars. I'm excited to be able to return to that personal, in-person celebration of our teachers. Just a few more things I wanted to mention. It was this past Friday we had a number of high schools represented here at CESC because we hosted the annual Business Pitch Challenge, where students from 6 different high schools demonstrated their entrepreneurial mindsets to solve an existing problem in society. And I have to tell you, I had an opportunity to go over and was just blown away by our students and their level of creativity. They are truly going to solve all the problems, I believe, in our world because they have all the capacity to do it and continue to show us that. Students from Northwood won first place for their idea to design a financial literacy app, which I know is something that the board has discussed at length. So they're already thinking ahead of how that work can be easily accessible on a phone or computer. So we are thankful to them. We had many members from our CTE Business Program Advisory Committee who collaborated and helped us plan this showcase of event for our students. Many of them participated and were judges. So just again, shout out, thanking our community for coming forward and engaging with us and encouraging our students for opportunities like that. And speaking of the community, being able to support us, MCPS and its students. On Saturday, March 25th, we had more than 500 African American and Latino males in grades 4 through 12 participate in the Game Changers Conference at the Universities of Shady Grove. The theme for this year was "The World is Shifting." And this was an opportunity to teach our young men to be game changers, to be respectful persons of character while navigating some of the challenges that they have to navigate in this real world, and to have many mentors and others there supporting them on how they do that. I mean, they learn life skills that I think they will never forget. We had one of our principals, Dr. Joey Jones, the principal of Frost Middle School. He was the keynote speaker there on Saturday, and really they attended breakout sessions on areas that the students were able to share that were identified areas that they needed support in. And those areas were areas like anti-bullying, good decision-making. How do they make those good decisions? How do we have healthy relationships? Isn't that awesome that our students are saying they want to know how to do that? They also want to know how to be ready for college. How are there opportunities available for me to engage in areas like STEM, where I know there's not enough representation, but I have a desire to learn about it as a student? So I just want to thank the Universities of Shady Grove, the Unity Christian Fellowship, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, because they served as key partners in making sure we were able to host this life-changing event for our young people on this past Saturday. So very grateful for that. Saturday was a busy day. We also had worked in collaboration with Montgomery Goes Purple, the Fentanyl Family Forum, which was held in partnership with, like I said, Montgomery Goes Purple hosting it, but we did it with the Department of Health and Human Services, the Montgomery County Police, and it was held at Paint Branch High School. Had lots of families come out. We were able to engage again with the community, providing resources that would be available to them so that they would be armed with information and know how to access those resources. I also want to thank Dr. Kapunen and Ms. Stephanie Izzard for all the communications that they've done across the county just to make sure that everyone is aware, and we're working in partnership with all of the agencies to address this issue that has really impacted our community in a significant way. And so we will continue to do that because we must take care of our children and work with many others to figure out the best way to do that while we're supporting families. And my final update is that I wanted to share, and as you know, board members, we've been together over the last few weeks and had lots of conversations, again, across county agencies on addressing anti-Semitism, hate, and bias. That has been also a significant issue in our community. Last Thursday on March 23rd, we held our second town hall meeting, and we held it with the Jewish Community Relations Council, and we had it at Shalom Synagogue in Potomac, Har Shalom Synagogue in Potomac, and Ms. Yang and Ms. Wolf were able to join us at that event. And the first event was actually held at Temple Shalom in Chevy Chase. And Ms. Evans and Ms. Silvestri and Ms. Harris were there. And thank you so much, because I think as we continue to show a united front around how we support and protect our children in the school system, it's who we are, and we find that as one of the most important things that we can do. At the town hall meetings, we were able to address some specific questions from different members of our community around how we were strengthening protocols within the system so that reporting would be done. Our students asked great questions around, different ways to report if they felt uncomfortable, what those options would be for them. They also shared some really great recommendations with us about how they wanted to be involved in leadership in helping to solve these problems in their schools. So principals and others who are in schools, our students are ready and want to be on the front of leading how we can help solve some of these issues of hate and bias in schools. And I think we need to provide every opportunity we can for them to continue to do that. I believe that we talked a lot about strengthening the protocols, and we also talked at length about the reentry meeting that in which the identifier would be bringing in a parent or guardian to make sure that we're bringing the family unit in to be able to be a part of how these students are coming back in to share that level of accountability and responsibility for restoring. So very good conversations. I want to thank the rabbis at both of those synagogues for opening up spaces for us to have those conversations with our community members. And I just want to end by saying that it's really important that every single student in MCPS feel a sense of support and acceptance, and most importantly, value in who they are. Sometimes the schools are the first places in which they have that reaffirmed for them. Many of us have the privilege of being able to come from families who be able to provide that support. That's not the case for every child. And what we heard from our students in those forums were, I need to have a space to go to talk. I need to have someone to speak to. If I'm feeling uncomfortable, it makes me self-question who I am and then my value in the community. That is not the place we want for any child to feel. Every human being wants to be validated and valued. Every single one. And how we do that is always very different. But the bottom line is here, I'm just proud of who we are as a school system, because regardless of a child's race, culture, religion, language, sexual preference, whatever it may be, we have committed to making sure that every child in this school system feels a sense of belonging in this community, because we want them to feel valued. And when we have strong, valued individuals walking around, they become citizens who love and care for the community that they live in. So that is what we ultimately want to accomplish. So thank you to the board and all of our community members who have worked with us in partnership to achieve just that for our children, because that's the most important gift we can give to our community in supporting them to feel that way. So lots of recognition, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. We could move on.
Can I just say one thing about yesterday? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank Dr. McKnight for acknowledging the forum that we went to last week. It was very informative, but I do think that there is a bigger issue, and the issue is hate. And there are a lot of communities in Montgomery County that are feeling the issue of hate, that are feeling left out of the discussion. And so I wanted to be sure that when you're having these forums, that you also consider that there are lots of issues of hate in our community that need to be addressed. And those students need the opportunity to come and talk to you directly also.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. I did just want to address that really quickly. So, yes, I agree that, and I don't want to repeat anything that we don't know, that when we came back from COVID-19, we had a lot to do around teaching and supporting skills of collaboration, love, respect, all of those pieces. And so it's been tough. If I probably polled every single student within the school system today, unfortunately, I couldn't say that in every single school a student might not communicate that they may not have felt something that represented a form of them not being supported or respected. So this is absolutely work that we have to do. I'll be speaking on this more after spring break as we come back from the break, because here's what I know. It doesn't matter who you are as a child in the school system. As I just said, there was probably some experience you may have had that was not a positive one. But everybody needs to be acknowledged. And I want to acknowledge that this is the case for everyone. But I also want to elevate that we all are going to have to do this as a community. And unfortunately, we experienced something that shifted social interaction. And so it's going to take us a bit longer to teach that and to support students as they go through that development. And so we're going to have to do that, and we're going to have to do that. And I don't want anyone to feel as if they're left out of that. So that is going to take some continued massaging and support, and the communication that we have going out and interacting with our students at our schools and at the different forums. But I did, while I had the mic, I forgot to say one more thing. Yes, the Magna Award we are receiving, and I can't believe I said I forgot because I was so excited to come out here and share this, that will be hosted by the National School Board Association. That is going to be a conference held this coming weekend. And at the table, we have a star who will be presenting at that conference. His name is Mr. Arvin Kim, who's our student member of the board, and he's going to be giving a presentation that is entitled The Power of Student Voice, Welcoming Students to the Dais. He's going to be presenting along with the student members of the board from Baltimore County and Prince George's County Public Schools. And I'm so grateful to him and those students for their leadership, because all of the problems that we're talking about that we need to solve, quite frankly, we're going to have to lean in on them constantly to help us figure out how we address that. And so when I think about even the diversity that has come across the table in that chair as a student member of the board seat, that's why it's such a critical role, because their perception, their thoughts, their interactions as current students are real in how the impact of the recommendations that they make reflect much of what their peers need and are requesting. So shout out to you, Mr. Kim, and so excited about the presentation that you are going to give, and we will be celebrating you from all over Montgomery County, representing us in that presentation.
Absolutely.
Mrs. Nadrowski.
Yeah. I just wanted to take a quick second to acknowledge what happened yesterday in Nashville. You know, it's very easy sometimes when we are wrapped up in the things that are happening directly around us to not really feel the impact as much. But as board members, I know all of us have discussed it, and just want to put out there that our thoughts and our prayers go out to the students, the staff, the families, the parents of the all of those who are lost, and just say how much and thank our staff, by the way, for trying to do everything that they can to make sure that our children are safe every single day. And so I appreciate their work that they do. So thank you.
Ms. Harris?
And on a more upbeat note,
Yes.
in alignment with the recognition for National Student Leadership Week, I just want to give a quick shout out that Richard Montgomery High School Junior, Angelina Shee, familiar to many of us, was elected next year's president of the Maryland Association of Student Councils statewide office, and Madison Watts, Rockville High School 10th grader, is one of 2 finalists to be the state student member of the board for the coming year. They're waiting with bated breath for the governor to make his decision, but anyway, 2 really powerful young women in our schools that we're very, very proud of.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Okay, we'll move on with our agenda. Our next agenda item is public comments. Public comments is one of the opportunities to hear views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it's not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, and other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 13 people signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 3 people signed up to provide audio testimony and 3 people signed up to provide video testimony. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on Board Docs, where they are posted with the other materials for this meeting. Okay, if we can get our first 3 speakers, please, to come to the table. Shrusti Amula, Charlotte Snyder, and Jessica Wang. And Shrusti, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Education members. My name is Shrusti Amula, and I'm a junior at Richard Montgomery High School. I founded Rise and Shine Foundation in 2019 with the main goal to reduce food waste in our community through composting and food recovery. Our county is a mass-scale factory for greenhouse gases that puts our people deeper into the trenches of climate change. One of the biggest reasons for this is food waste. Today, I'm here to demand funding for composting programs and stipends for staff members who support such green initiatives. The future of our students is at risk here. We have 29 schools across our county composting, and now we have the support of over 4,000 student voices coming together to demand funding for these composting programs in their own schools. Year after year, we're given the excuse that there isn't enough money in MCPS's budget, but we only require a small fraction of it. We have over 60 schools indicating interest in the program, but I have to turn down many of them because of the lack of funding, many of these schools being Title I schools. There is an equity problem here that the Board of Education has the ability to fix, especially because climate change disproportionately affects these communities. This program also aligns with our county climate action goals. In 2018, when I started my first composting program in Clarksburg Elementary School, they were able to get green certified by running the program for just under 6 months. In many of the schools I've started composting and food recovery programs at, there was always one staff member championing it. In some schools, it was a science teacher, in others, it was a gym teacher, in others, it was a green team leader. These staff members are going above and beyond their current pay grade. In some cases, they're giving up their planning period and their lunchtime to support these green initiatives, forcing many of them to do their own work during their own unpaid time. These passionate teachers who are working towards bettering the future of their own students deserve to be compensated for their time and energy. And with the recent increase in MCPS's budget, we urge you to reconsider allocation for the fraction of composting, or for the budget for composting programs, the well-being of our staff, and the future of our students. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Snyder?
Good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. McKnight. My name is Charlotte Snyder, and I am a 9th grader in the IB program at Richard Montgomery High School. Last year, I was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder and ADHD. The signs were there from my earliest days in school, but none of the adults in my life recognized them. In preschool, I became easily overwhelmed by the other kids during recess, so I would go to the other side of the playground and sing to myself. In 4th grade, during a get-to-know-you activity, I wrote, "I feel like crying 60% of the time." This was because I had no friends, and I could not figure out why I had such trouble connecting with my peers. All this time, none of my teachers had the slightest idea I was autistic because I got straight A's and did well in class. But they didn't see how that level of performance was affecting me mentally and physically. I was having terrible stomach aches, migraines, and restless legs, all from the overstimulation and stress of school. And my schoolwork was taking me twice as long as other kids due to my slow processing speed. The only reason I was diagnosed is because I found out what autism actually was, and I researched it and realized that I was autistic. I know that I'm not what most people, including teachers, think of when they hear the word autism. However, autism can look like me. To my surprise, I discovered that MCPS has an excellent teacher handbook about twice exceptional students. However, I could not tell if any of my teachers or counselors had ever read it. This handbook has excellent strategies for how to effectively teach neurodiverse students, but my counselor said that none of them could be included in my 504 plan because they were teaching strategies, not specific accommodations. This made me wonder, what is this handbook even for if it can't be implemented and teachers aren't putting its principles into practice or even reading it? This situation is a prime example of why we need teachers to recognize what neurodiversity looks like and how to teach neurodiverse students. I am here today to ensure that other neurodiverse students can get the help they need sooner than I did. Resources like the GTLD handbook can make a big difference, but only if you, members of the board, and Dr. McKnight are willing to ensure they are used. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Wang?
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education and Dr. McKnight. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Jessica Wang, and I am a sophomore at Richard Montgomery High School. I am here in support of neurodiversity awareness and inclusivity within MCPS. As the president and founder of My Neuro Corner, a club and organization that on raising awareness and education about neurodiversity, the differences in the way that people's brains work, used in the context of conditions such as autism and ADHD, I have seen firsthand the lack of knowledge and understanding surrounding neurodiversity within MCPS. Countless educators, students, and parents I have spoken to had never even heard of the term before, and even when neurodiversity is something that is present in every school, yet it is seldom mentioned. It is incredibly surprising that the bare minimum is done for neurodiverse students when MCPS is a county that prioritizes diversity and inclusion. For neurodiverse students, MCPS essentially only offers two options, an IEP or a Section 504 plan. These services serve only as a basis of accommodations. We need change starting at the root through professional development. Teachers set the tone for their students, and educating teachers and administrators, establishing awareness on what neurodiversity actually looks like with detailed presentations on topics such as effective teaching methods for neurodiverse students is the key to creating an inclusive environment for all students. MCPS is one of the few districts in the nation that recognizes and offers services for students who are twice exceptional, students who are gifted but are also neurodiverse through gifted and talented/learning disabled or GTLD programs. However, although there is a handbook for staff on exactly this topic, the vast majority of both students and teachers are completely unaware of it. Teachers have to pull this information rather than have it be pushed to them by staff development. Creating a curriculum for professional development specifically targeting GTLD programs and neurodiversity awareness is incredibly vital. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If we could get our next speaker to come to the table. Thank you, students. Our next speaker is Vicki Brown.
Hello. On October 12, 2022, I gave a testimony before the Board of Education regarding our efforts to be compensated at fair labor market rates by MCPS. Since that time, there have been 4 more interpreter resignations due to the low rate of pay. Not only have we lost dedicated employees, but we have also lost the benefit of their experience, institutional knowledge, and commitment to students. MCPS's quick fix is to hire contractors and agencies at premium rates to fill the needs that MCPS staff interpreters cannot fill. The quick fix is not the answer, and it is not working. There are still gaps and sometimes full days of instruction that deaf and hard of hearing students are in classrooms without interpreters. They are not receiving services legally mandated on their IEP, nor access to a free and appropriate education under the Individuals with Disabilities Act. The recent unanimous Supreme Court decision of Perez versus Sturgis Public Schools highlights this issue. Perez, who is deaf, had his rights violated by the failure to provide him with qualified sign language interpreters for 12 years. I encourage you to read the decision. MCPS's inability to retain and recruit sign language interpreters and cued speech translators continues. While the vacancies impact us, the greater impact is on the deaf and hard of hearing students. Without interpreters, students do not have equal access to education or the opportunity to develop interpersonal relationships. Without interpreters, students do not have access to student engagement through leadership, service, and extracurricular activities. And most importantly, without interpreters, students are denied access to education and communication in their native language, American Sign Language. We are asking the Board of Education to call on MCPS to correct the error by increasing compensation for interpreters and transliterators. A wage increase would retain our current staff and provide a competitive market to attract interpreters to fill the vacancies. Good for MCPS and even better for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, next set of speakers, Jennifer Martin, Jeanette Roy, and Tashinda Andrus. Please come forward. Okay, is Ms. Martin here? Jennifer Martin?
She's here.
No, okay. Okay, then we'll have Susan Park be our third presenter. And Ms. Roy, you may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm an English Language Development, or ELD teacher, here to advocate for additional funding to support the Emergent Multilingual Learners, or EML program. Specifically, I'm asking for additional ELD staffing. According to the Cal report from the audit of the program serving EMLs, our teacher-to-student ratio is more than double the national average. Cal's recommendation is to lower this teacher-student ratio, yet this ratio is increasing next year. In addition, our EMLs get shortchanged because ELD teachers spend too much of their planning time on legally required paperwork and testing. Special education programs have a fully released RITC, but too many ELD teachers have no additional off periods to manage paperwork and services for our students. We need more time to plan quality lessons and give students specific feedback for growth. The Cal report supports having EMLs in the grade level content classes, but notes there is room for growth in this area. One suggestion is to have ELD teachers supporting core content classes. This means there is a need to fund more ELD certified teachers. The Cal report also states that EMLs perform 30 percentage points below average on standardized assessments for literacy and math. Also, graduation rates for EMLs and MCPS are 35 percentage points below the national average. This can change, and we need to act now. Every day, talented, bright EMLs walk through my classroom door ready to achieve. I know they could meet their language acquisition goals faster if ELD teachers weren't spread so thin. It's time to increase ELD academic achievement and graduation rates, fund the EML program with a lower teacher-student ratio to make this possible. Thank you.
Ms. Andrus?
Good afternoon. My name is Tashina Andrus, and I'm the school liaison for Naval Support Activity Bethesda. I want to thank you guys for recognizing April as the Month of the Military Child. Each year, the U.S. Armed Service community, we honor our children by saluting them during the month of April. On April 19th, all naval bases in Northern District, Washington will wear purple, and as we say, purple up, in support of our military-connected children. It is during the month of the military child that we highlight the many sacrifices our military-connected children have given by supporting their parents' career. Our children do serve. They give up friends, schools, and familiar surroundings so their parent or parents can continue to serve our country. Military children will move approximately every 2 to 3 years and will attend, on average, 6 to 9 schools by the time they graduate high school. With each move, our children must adapt and connect with their new surrounding. However, NSA Bethesda is quite unique because this surrounding does not include military housing. Therefore, our families live throughout the county and they strive to feel connected with their new community. By recognizing the Month of the Military Child, which is pivotal, it's a pivotal month in the U.S. Armed Forces, It helps our families feel welcome and connected. So I thank you, and it is my greatest hope that this year's recognition continues annually. So best wishes.
Thank you. Ms. Park?
Thank you for approving construction for Poolsville High School, which began last June. Today, I want to bring your attention to roofing activities, which has caused severe tar fumes to infiltrate the buildings and portables, resulting in an unplanned early closure on February 14th, 6 weeks ago. Sadly, this was not an isolated incident, and tarring fumes have continued to be a problem indoors and outdoors, causing physical symptoms including headaches, dizziness, nausea, and respiratory illness in those exposed, and concern about long-term health effects to proven carcinogens. Through the Washington Post, even MCPS's spokeswoman is cited as announcing a pause to roofing activities for this past weekend's spring musical, under the purported reason of supporting the overall attendance of the event. Realistically, however, a pause would not be necessary or need to be announced if tarring concerns were not a continuing issue. Tarring activities are expected to proceed not just for the remainder of this school year, but also through the end of next school year, 2020-24. The Poolsville High School community seeks immediate relief from the intense tarring fumes for the entire duration that tarring is planned. To date, both students and staff have been forced to choose between their health or attendance at school, a choice one should never have to make at any school, yet which the entire school community now faces daily. Upcoming during the first 2 weeks of May are AP examinations, and if not addressed, students and staff will be held captive in their test administration areas, unable to leave without compromising the integrity of the test administration or adversely impacting test performance at the expense of their own health and safety. Please act quickly and decisively so tarring fumes are definitively contained by the end of spring break on April 10th. Each day matters. MCPS has committed to the safety and well-being of its students and employees. Please make this the truth for Poolsville High School community. Clearly, the mitigation strategies listed by MCPS Facilities Management have not been effective, and further intervention by the Board of Education is needed. Please provide governance and oversight for MCPS's operations so that the tarring fumes are contained immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. We could get our next three speakers to please come forward. Justin Austri, Ruben Paneda, and Eva Sullivan. Mr. Austri.
Hi, my name is Justin Austri. I'm a veteran teacher for MCPS. I started my career in 2006, and I want to start off with a number, $23,878. $23,878. That's the amount of my salary I've been missing since 2019. Makeup step went into effect. I and several other teachers were still and are impacted from the 2009 housing crisis and the resulting MCPS pay freezes. I worked for MCPS from 2006 to 2012. I left MCPS in 2011-2012 school year to further my education. After I received my degree and I returned to MCPS to continue my teaching career, yet on January 5th, 2019, I was not awarded the missing pay step because of a gap in my service to MCPS. I and several other teachers have been one step behind for the past 4 years due to the contract wording. Between 2012 and 2019, some teachers left MCPS to raise families, others stayed home to take care of sick family members. Yet when we returned to MCPS and believed in MCPS to make us whole again, in our pay, we were denied to the gap in our continued service. We speak of equity and fairness to our students. We take professional development courses on it. We dedicate class time to profess it. However, it's very unfair and unequitable that MCPS would argue to have some teachers excluded from a pay step for leaving and returning to MCPS. I'm not asking for a pay raise. That would be nice. I'm asking that all teachers who have been dedicated to MCPS, left between 2012 and 2019 and returned, who are still a step behind from the rightful amount of years that they've worked for MCPS, be made whole. Returning our lost wages and placing us on the correct pay step would help our families afford the high cost of living in Montgomery County, create a sense of us being valued as experienced teachers, and have us believe in MCPS initiative for equity in our schools and community. Imagine if you were held back a pay step, that you were missing $23,875. How would that impact your family, your view on your employer, your view of yourself? Superintendent McKnight Board members, you have the power to right this egregious financial wrong for the teachers who have made teaching for MCPS their career. The teachers union should not have to sacrifice something else during contract negotiations for us teachers to be made whole. I now ask you all to please help those teachers in this unfortunate situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Panetta?
Good afternoon, dear members of the Board of Education. My name is Ruben Meana Pañeda. I am an MCPS Sergeant Scribe Elementary School parent and an active member of the PTA of the school. I'm here today to provide testimony for some severe concerns that our schools and our community have regarding the new development of affordable housing at 4010 Randall Road. The impact of this new development on our school has not been properly addressed in their planning. Their study was minimal, and in that they did not consider all the factors that overall impact of the community are based on a grossly outdated data. For instance, the justification to make this development acceptable for Sergeant River is based on the ground numbers from many years ago. The study claimed that the new development will bring 50 new students to our school, that they will expect will be at 110% capacity by the end of 2025, while in fact, our school is right now at 110% capacity. It's impossible for Sergeant Rabbit to accept this number of students, especially when the school is already using portables. Additionally, it's impossible to our school that they will be able to accept such a number of students without incurring on a safety code violation for overcrowding. The school impact plan of Montgomery County was minimal and does not consider that our school cluster is already facing a lot of problems. These problems are going to get much worse, like understaffing to support the ESOL programs and reading programs. These problems are going to get much worse without the support and a clean plan when this new development is finished and students are allocated to already overcrowded schools. I believe that Loiderman Middle School and Wayton High School will be put in similar situation. We must reiterate here that we are not against the new development for affordable housing and that our area really needs it. However, its impacts and its sustainability must be considered before that those families move in. We humbly ask you to help us find a solution to support our overcrowded schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan?
Hi, I'm here as a teacher of multilingual learners of English, formerly known as ESOL. I'm also a member of the MCEA Labor Management Collaboration Committee for English Language Development. I'm speaking out today for the need for staffing allocations that address the needs of our EMLs. We need teacher staffing ratios that apply the recommendations of the report by the Center for Applied Linguistics. At the high school where I teach, the number of students in the ELD program will almost double from 2021 to fall 2023, yet the staffing allocation formula is frozen on January 1st, and students continue to enroll throughout the year. We are constantly working at a deficit. Newcomer high school students may be placed in large content classes where they do not receive adequate individualized attention and language support, or they may be placed in a resource class, art, music, or double PE classes because other courses have reached capacity. Students learning English need enough teachers who can meet their language acquisition needs. We continue to work well after the last bell rings. We act as counselor, spokesperson, interpreter, and advocate. While we're not the only friendly face for our students, we are sometimes a lifeline for newcomer families who do not know how to navigate the American school system. The ELD teacher is often the only trusted adult they know. When our class sizes increase, the amount of paperwork also increases. Then we have the complete disruption of the WIDA the WIDA access testing every year. For 6 weeks, we give up our regular duties to administer a test just to meet a state requirement. When teachers are stretched too thin, students suffer the consequences. All MCPS funding needs to be increased to pay for vital programs like the one for English multilingual learners. Many of these concerns can be addressed by you, and we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can get our final two in-person speakers to please come forward. Stephanie Schwinn, Adam Stevens, and Ali Altobelli. Ms. Schwinn, you can begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Schwinn, and I'm the president of the Montgomery County Educational Media Staff Association. Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak to you today on behalf of our 206 school library media programs. The MCPS library media staff are diverse and proud to work in this unique educational setting. We are privileged to interact on a daily basis with students and families from a broad range of backgrounds, collaborate across an educational landscape of our schools, and engage in a variety of leadership opportunities. Thank you for approving Dr. McKnight's recommended budget for FY24, where additional IT system specialists have been recommended, so that the media staff workload will be eased surrounding the management of technology. We also appreciate that all elementary schools have been given a 1.0 media specialist position and their budget increased from $8 to $15 per student. All our media centers and programming are in alignment with the Anti-Bias, Anti-Racist District Initiative. We provide a safe space for students to learn and grow, promote diverse and divergent thinking through our collections, and ensure equal access to technology and instructional resources. One core tenet of our program are the 5 facets of school library media program. Our collections are professionally evaluated by a certified media specialist and are purposeful in helping to promote a culture of literacy throughout the community. Our in-school programs align with the makeup of each school, with most participating in local, state, and national literacy movements. Through our policies and procedures, we are tasked with ensuring every student has access to all resources. The goal of every media center is to create a safe and welcoming climate for all who enter. Our programs are strong and embedded in all areas of instruction and in alignment with state standards. In advance of School Library Month in April, we invite all of you to reach out to any school to visit one of our media centers. We are a unique band of educators with unique perspectives that help to educate unique individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens?
Good afternoon, President Silvestri, Dr. McKnight, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Adam Stevens, and I'm the Instrumental Music Director at Seneca Valley High School. I'm here today to provide a detailed view of what our current funding level is for instrument repairs and why more is needed to provide equitable opportunities for students. For the 22-23 school year, schools were provided $6.25 per student at the middle school level and $8.25 per student at the high school level for instrument repairs. At Seneca Valley High School, with 90 incredible students in my program, this meant I received $743 for the year. To put these numbers into context, a garden variety repair often costs at least $100, with some extending into the thousands. I have a tuba repair right now that on its own would take $800 to complete, and replacing the instrument would cost over $4,000. Extracurricular activities such as marching band, pit orchestra, and pep band put further financial strain on maintaining working inventory for secondary teachers. Since teachers are not provided dedicated funding for the replacement of instruments, repairing old equipment is often our only option. For elementary schools, the numbers are even more staggering. A total of approximately $13,000 was available for instrument repairs for all 131 elementary schools. This equates to an average of approximately $100 per school. With current staffing formulas for instrumental music, this means that a full-time elementary instrumental teacher receives 30 cents per student for repairs. While many of our schools are fortunate to have supportive families who can donate and fundraise to help supplement these funds, just as many of our schools get nothing more than the funds that are allocated centrally. This inequity leads to damaged instruments sitting unused and students denied access to the instrumental music program in our most underserved communities. On March 7th, the board recognized March as National Arts Month and acknowledged that it is, quote, imperative that all students have access to an equitable delivery of arts education. An increase in instrument repair funding would be an important step in achieving this vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Altobelli?
Hi, Dr. McKnight and Board of Education. I am here representing Moms for Liberty. Us and the Muslim community, who I did not get a choice to speak today, and the UARE are parent groups that are here to represent the opt-out option that was removed from us Thursday in your email blast that was sent out. Dr. McKnight, you stated that your top priority was to rebuild the community trust in MCPS and its relationship, and it is a two-way street. How is taking away parental rights to opt out of teachings that go against religious rights, family values, and core beliefs helping us to trust you and MCPS Board of Education? In the most recent video that you actually sent out to parents, you inquired of us to address bullying issues and safety concerns in the schools. Those are our priorities too, but how are we supposed to do it if you push us out of schools? yet you have flip-flopped your story. Wednesday of last week, you told the news that you were honoring opt-out for many parents in this room. How does MCPS 24 hours later expect to flip-flop, stating that we are no longer to opt out of these LGBTQ books that go against many of the family values in this room? We are asking that you actually honor your own community. Your 5 core values are learning, relationship, respect, excellence, and equity. By providing an opt-out to respect your parental wishes of many in your community, we're just asking for an opt-out. We're not asking you guys to remove the books. We're not here to raise arms. We're parents that are very concerned about our kids, and there is huge parental groups that are not happy about this, and we're just asking you to listen to us. We want to be involved in the Board of Education. We want to be present, and we need to be back in the schools to be able to help with you guys. We can't do that pushed out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will hear audio testimony from Daisy Dastrup. MCTV, please play the audio.
Daisy Dastrup. I am a junior at Poolsville High School. Currently, my school is undergoing a construction project while students are still on site in the portion of the building that has not been torn down and in portable classrooms. The construction has made it harder for students to learn and made some students feel unsafe. The construction frequently creates strong odors throughout the building. The overpowering odors have left many students feeling lightheaded and dizzy or with a headache. Some students left school early, but I was one of many students who got a headache as a result of the fumes but stayed at school because I didn't want to fall behind or miss athletic practice. Headaches from these fumes have made it difficult to focus in class. I arrive on campus at around 7:30 a.m. each morning, and because of Poolsville's extended day schedule, athletic practices continue until 5:30 p.m. I am on campus for 10 hours a day. It would be one thing to put up to exposure to these fumes and chemicals for a few days or even a week. However, I understand that the tar machine will need to be on site heating the tar so that it does not solidify for the rest of this year and well into next year. I am concerned that as these fumes are strong enough to cause headaches and other symptoms, exposure for months will be damaging to our health. Could we be moved to a holding school instead of having school on the construction site? Students and teachers are also concerned about lead in the water. The school building is old and possibly has lead pipes. The school has drinking fountains and water bottle filling stations with filters. However, all the filter status indicator lights are broken, so students and teachers cannot tell if the filters are regularly replaced. I know several teachers and many students who bring their own water from home so that they do not have to use the school fountains. With pipes being disturbed during construction, the school community is not confident in the safety of the water supply. Could these water fountains be repaired?
Thank you. Next, we will hear audio testimony from Sahash Patel. Please play the audio.
Autism is a critical factor overlooked in many different schools everywhere, and I feel that schools should emphasize more on incorporating National Autism Awareness Month. There are mentally challenged students, and people should know them and be aware of this topic. A way we should incorporate Autism Month into our school is by offering an informative lesson that teaches people about autism, how it happens, and how you can show support to the people affected by this. Also, there should be a day throughout the month when students can wear a specific color to show that they accept autism and support everybody regardless of who they are. Students who will see the shirts being worn then will become aware of this topic. They will learn that these kids should be not made fun of and instead helped. Activities such as talking time with teachers can give a platform for the mentally challenged kids to speak more comfortably and calmly in a one-on-one setting. These talking circles could get them to express their needs in a friendly setting, and the teacher can know how to make their learning a better overall experience throughout the year. This month can make kids feel more socially accepted and boost their confidence. It will allow them to feel free, knowing that everybody accepts them for their individuality.
Thank you. Next, we will hear audio testimony from Lisa Moreau. Please play the audio.
My name is Lisa Moreau. The oldest high school in Montgomery County opened in 1892, and we have been graduating students for over 125 years. For this reason, I am trying to comprehend the lack of planning that MCPS has demonstrated in preparing for the cost of graduation across our county. I ask this question because I'm appalled by the amount of money my school is expected to spend to host graduation at home. Please help me to understand these things. 1. What part of the taxpayer-provided education funding is set aside each year for annual graduation expenses? Who is failing to save these monies for a known cost each year? 2. Why does the county think it is the responsibility of each individual high school to pay for the graduation of its students, and how is that equitable? Some schools in our community struggle to fundraise. Some do not have a booster club or PTSA that can help the school out with expenses. 3. Why should it cost more to graduate from your home school field than to have to contract out to another location? How is this equitable and appropriate? 4. Why were county residents not informed about the expenses of graduation being handed down to the schools, especially so late into this current school year? And why is it fair to now put this burden on the shoulders of the students? 5. Why are schools also now required to use specific vendors to provide for graduation staging, chairs, and audiovisual services? For a stage, my school was told that they could pick from 2 to 3 vendors pre-selected by MCPS and not given the option to seek out their own vendors and negotiate their own discounts. Why are the contracted prices far more than we have ever incurred for graduation before? If insurance is mandating this increased cost, why is the cost so high, and should we have people sign waivers to attend graduation at their own risk? Why can we not use our own school building resources and staff to provide audiovisual and streaming services for our in-house ceremony? Graduation should happen close to school to limit the cost of attending graduation, as well as allow more tickets for people to celebrate the accomplishments of their students. Transportation expenses, parking costs, and the time families, teachers, and staff are required to be away from work are important factors to consider. Our high school teachers, staff, and administrators should not be fundraising to graduate their students and deserve better support from the county. The county must acknowledge their lack of fiscal responsibility, lack of transparency to taxpayers, and accept it was their poor planning, not that the graduation cost is their responsibility. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. We also received 3 video testimonies. First up is Olivia Carter-Pocras. Please play the video.
Good evening. My name is Olivia Carter-Pocras. I serve as co-chair for the Latino Health Steering Committee. It's an independent group of volunteer professionals and community leaders who contribute time and effort to advocate for policies and practices to improve the health status of Latinos in Montgomery County. Last November, Black and Brown Coalition members and parents shared with the superintendent and the county executive multiple examples of increased bullying, as well as the lack of response by MCPS and even retaliation by teachers. Written document that was sent had no due dates, timelines, indicators, or measures, and does not clearly indicate who's responsible for each item. There are little to no repercussions for students, teachers, or staff who engage in bullying behavior. When we shared the dramatic decline in bullying incidence rates that are reported to the state for our county, shown to the left of the slide, the superintendent's office agreed that there's a discrepancy and that this is likely due to a lack of monitoring or reporting. Indeed, it's unclear to many parents and community members how to report bullying and to whom to report it to. No supportive measures or safety plan are put into place until the required form is submitted. However, this form and accompanying instructions contain many messages that are complicated and are written at too high a reading level. The Spanish language version is only available online as a PDF document, and the cluttered resource page shown here in Spanish contains a broken link that eventually takes you to the English language form. We cannot wait until next fall to fix these forms and improve reporting, monitoring, and responses. Current pilots to test anti-bullying strategies need to be evaluated, and prevention and intervention trainings must be robust. State and local agencies are required by state law to use plain language in public communication about health, safety, and social service benefits. Reporting needs to be supported through forums, videos, and parent coordinators.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Krishna Becker. Please play the video.
My name is Krishna Becker. I'm a parent at Poolsville High School. Students and staff have been exposed to toxic chemicals. Parents and staff were placated with misinformation about how unharmful these toxins were and were told that mitigation methods were working when there were still reports of kids getting headaches. We trusted that the school system was going to follow its own indoor air quality plans approved by the county, which requires scheduling hazardous construction activities only when the building is unoccupied. This has not been the case. Their less stringent mitigation plans were not even followed, and they do not intend to follow them. They intend to bring the tar tanker, which emits fumes every day, even during school hours, not just after 2:30, back to campus as early as March 31st. Students are legally required to be at school and are desperate after a long period of isolation to be together with friends in an in-person setting. So they've been putting up with their chemically induced headaches and nausea whenever they can. It's simply cruel to put them in this situation. This is not a time to be tallying complaints using some arbitrary threshold of a number of parents or students who've noticed your failings. Kids and other personnel, one of whom is pregnant, are not meant to be in this industrial setting, period, or even to know when a headache is a serious acute symptom or not, or if they've been exposed to an imperceptible toxin. Concerned experts have alerted you to these problems in the past. The Mid-Atlantic Center for Children's Health and the Environment has told us that the next time our children get chemically induced headaches, we should call poison control. Please prevent more damage from occurring to these children and staff by scheduling all hazardous construction activities as determined by a third-party expert familiar with pediatric environmental health for when the building is unoccupied and can be sealed, including turning off the HVAC to prevent building contamination. The community needs third-party verification to trust that these steps have been done. Please plan for a safer location to conduct school for the duration of the construction activities, or at least for the next academic year. These problems are not going away.
Our final video testimony comes from Viveka Sinha. Please play the video.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Viveka Sinha, and I'm a junior at Montgomery Blair High School. Last summer, I asked the board for help with Asian American mental health, an issue that stems from the model minority myth, the harmful and dangerous stereotype that Asian Americans are innately perfect. I have been in magnet schools with predominantly Asian American students all my life, and I've noticed that this stereotype has put immense pressure on my peers and I to achieve perfection, with no room for errors or to request help. Last summer, I proposed a two-part solution involving the distribution of the pamphlets I created to spread awareness about the model minority myth and the training of teachers and counselors, and I'm so glad to say that we did exactly that. I'm so grateful for the help from Ms. Julie Yang, whom I interviewed as part of the presentation that was delivered to all 3,200 students at Blair, after which I heard extremely positive feedback from both teachers and students. I'm requesting the board's assistance with distributing this presentation through the middle and high schools in Montgomery County. Secondly, I know that my Asian American peers and I would benefit from a county-wide Asian American therapist that can relate to our issues and provide individualized guidance, which will also work towards reducing the stigma and asking for help. I propose that we have an online Zoom open for 1 day a week where any student who needs it can join to speak with this Asian American therapist. I'm working closely with the community organization Asian American Health Initiative, who are willing to provide one of their expert counselors. I would be very appreciative of the board's support and funding. Thirdly, I, along with Blair's amazing resource counselor, Ms. Soriano, am organizing a panel of experts, which Ms. Julie Yang has so kindly agreed to be a part of, to sensitize Asian American parents to the issues their children may be facing. Ms. Soriano and I would greatly appreciate the board's help in pushing this great resource out to all Asian American parents in the county. Lastly, I strongly believe that the Safer Student app is a wonderful resource for students, and we should include a section for Asian American resources, which I'd be happy to compile in this app. It's critical we address the model minority myth since its impacts are only worsening now. I believe that we can begin to heal as a community by achieving these 4 simple steps. Thank you so much.
Well, this concludes our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comments is Thursday, April 20th at 2023. Sign-ups for public comment will open the afternoon of Wednesday, April 12th, 2023 at noon. In addition to the online signups for public comment, we allow for in-person same-day signups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive at least 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person signups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. At this time, I will see if my colleagues have any comments or questions, starting with Ms. Yang.
Thank you, everyone. Dr. McKnight, you mentioned 2 Ms. Harris mentioned two powerful young women in our school system. Here, I want to give a shout out to our first speaker of public comment, Shirley Amuna. She is the recipient of the Montgomery County Women Making History Award this year for her effort in composting and relieving hunger, food insecurity. Congratulations to her, and we have amazing students in our company. I also want to give a shout out to Charlotte and Jessica, our second and third speakers, who actually highlight the neurodiversity issues and their leadership in their school to educate their peers and their teachers to be a more inclusive school. And thank you for their education for me by sharing this book with me, and it has been really informative. I know that Dr. Pugh mentioned that this summer we are probably piloting a teacher conference with a multitude of professional development opportunity. It will be wonderful if we can take a look, if we can incorporate it in our teaching strategies for our staff. And also, I want to highlight Dr. Shrim in the audience for her amazing collaborative spirit and programming, extraordinary programming at Woodward High School Media Center. And thank you for sharing with us all the work our media specialists and ITSS do for our school system. I'm very happy that in this budget cycle, we can make sure every elementary school has a media specialist. I do have a question about, we heard about the sign language interpreter issues. Maybe someone can give us some update on this topic.
Sure. Thank you for that question. So this is something that we are aware of and concerned about. We share the concerns about not having enough of these vital translators. And so it is actually one of the things that we are currently working with through our negotiations with MCEA to figure out what the best way of addressing that is. And we're in the middle of those negotiations now, so we look forward to wrapping those up in the near future and having something in there tangible that will really address the needs of those teachers and allow us to do a better job of recruiting and providing those services.
Ms. Rivera-Alvin?
Yes, thank you so much. I too wanted to commend always our students who bring such a hope and such a passion, and one of the reasons why many of us ran for office to represent such an amazing group of young people. Couple of things. I know that Trudy and Emily, they actually, and Jessica left, but I see Miss Charlotte still here, and I just wanted to tell Miss Charlotte that I was incredibly moved by your fortitude and your poise and your courage to come and talk to us one-on-one and tell us exactly some of the things that we need to do better, that we need to improve for our students who are facing, and we know it's a large number of students, and who many of them do not get diagnosed early on. So the fact that you took that initiative to advocate for yourself, I just can see you in a courtroom in the future and advocating for thousands of students. So I just want to say kudos to you and kudos to Mr. Patel, who also talked about certain things that we can do to be inclusive and incorporate and be a little bit more deliberate when we talk about students. And you know, it's really important to have that TLC for everyone, but it's also very important to be knowledgeable about being able to help those students and lift them up. So thank you, Charlotte, for being here and for testifying. I wanted to say also to, we already touched about the interpreter. So the ESOL teachers who testified, Ms. Roy and Ms. Sullivan, I think they'll be happy. I don't know if they're still in the room, but they'll be happy to know that that's one of the first issues that we actually took on and asked, and to ensure that there be an increment and Dr. Monifa McKnight agreed, and we actually had increased the recommendation from 15 to 40 ESOL ELD teachers. So that can also, that relief is coming because we know that this is something that that puts a lot of strain. And as a former ESOL student, I want to thank my teacher, Ms. Sullivan, for being that bright light in my life, who was absolutely so essential. And to our media specialist, Dr. Stephanie Schwinn, I hope I said that right. Thank you, to all the librarians who really are such an engine in our schools, who I have great memories of the Media Center being a safe space, a welcoming space, and I think that's what we want, and I think that's what MCPS is, supported of. So thank you to you for doing that. I know that being a instrumental teacher, I want to thank our wonderful teachers. It is March, we're almost at the end of Arts Month, but we actually did talk about this issue, and I do have to agree with you, we need to do better. 30 cents per student just doesn't cut it, and it is an equity issue. And if we are truly about equity and access to all, we need to look at it, and I know that we are. I know that the leadership in the school system is looking at the fund to ensure that all our kids have access to, especially to instrumental music, because it should not be for only those who have, but it should be for all, because as we all know, music enriches the soul, but it also helps you with math, with cognitive. You become a better human being, right? When you learn the art. So I'm all for that. I wanted to have, if anybody wants to answer the Poolsville issues that we have been dealing with, because I think we have made a lot of just a lot of progress on that. But also Dr. Olivia Pocras from the Latino Health Initiative testified, and this is something that I brought up as well, about the forms and the accessibility on the whole issue of bullying and following up for families who might not be as good as, managing the cyber world, but having these forms available and working through. So if anybody would like to talk to that, I'd be appreciative.
Great. So I can speak. First, let me actually correct myself from just a moment ago. Our sign language interpreters are part of SEIU, not MCEA. I got my associations mixed up. I apologize. Wanted to correct myself before the emails started rolling in. But as far as Poolsville goes, I first want to just acknowledge the concerns and the inconvenience that this may have caused for some of our students. But this is routine maintenance that we do at all of our schools. All of the time, and the work will be done this school year, not next year. It will not, carry on into next year. Once we received the concerns from some of our students, we did pause the work. We moved it into the after-school time so that it wouldn't be done during school. Once we found out that there was still causing some concerns for some of our clubs over there, we paused the work completely. We are doing indoor air quality testing to make sure that the air is safe for all of our students there, and there are several other mitigation efforts that will be put in place when the work does resume. As far as the water goes, we do routine annual testing, water testing at all of our schools, including Poolsville. So even though there's no reason to believe that there's any concerns about the water at Poolsville, out of an abundance of caution, we will do additional testing. We will provide bottled water for the school in case anyone is not comfortable drinking from the water fountains. In addition, we will make sure that the water filters are all changed and the lights are reset so that everyone is clear that we do have safe water for everyone at the school.
Thank you. Can someone address the bullying question?
Yes, I'll be happy to address that. We are working with the coalition on a plan. I know that we are going to be moving toward defining some timelines as well as some accountability measures. So I do see members of that group here in the audience, and we'll continue to flesh that out.
Ms. Wolf?
I too want to thank everyone that came to testify today. As Ms. Rivera-Ovens said, our students are really amazing. I know that Ms. Amula, she testified on composting, and I believe that when they came in the last time, I asked to see if we could, if any way possible, extend that program. I don't recall ever getting any answer to that, so if you could check on that and let me know. I mean, I know it's a budget issue, but if there's any way at all to extend it to add some schools, I'd like to know that. You want to respond to that? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So we did hear that, and we heard concerns or interest from other board members around investing in these types of programs that students are running. And so what we've done working with Ms. Harris is we're working on developing a student action. I forget the name of it. Ms. Harris can help me out.
Climate Action. Student Action Climate Council. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Heather. Student Action Climate Council. And this will be a board of students that will accept and review proposals from other students around the county, and they will actually have a budget to be able to fund those projects. And so if students have different programs that they're working on, they'll be able to submit an application, and then based on what this board reviews and decides, actually receive the funding to implement those programs.
Okay, and I also heard the concerns from Burtonsville High School. You know, I had asked about the mitigation procedures, and I know that you have done a lot, but I hope that after spring break we can go back out there again and be sure that nothing is going on, because nothing is worse than sitting in a room getting fumes from tar being applied. But I also wanted to follow up on this bullying. Ms. Pokris, am I pronouncing that correctly? She mentioned that there's a broken link in the form. I think that you might want to take a look at the Spanish form and see what's going on there. This bullying remains a big concern because I still believe that implementation is inconsistent among our schools. So I'm hoping that we're doing some investigation around that too, because this is a complaint we're getting from any number of parents. And this is, of course, a very serious issue because it affects the safety and the mentality of our students. I think, hold on one sec. Oh, I also wanted to thank Miss Viveka. Is that how you pronounce her name? She came last year, I believe it was, with the pamphlet that she referred to today. That pamphlet was excellent. I don't know if there's any way that we could either post that on the website or get it extended to other schools, but I do remember us thinking at the time that the pamphlet was an excellent resource, and I think, if anything, we should take a look at that again. Thank you.
What was the topic?
It was the model minority she was talking about.
Mrs. Mondraski?
Yeah, a lot of what I have been touched on, but including the instrumental music issues. The graduation cost, I've had this exact same concern since we started doing them back at home. I had thought that it would save us a lot of money moving them to our home fields and auditoriums, but can I get a better understanding as a follow-up to, or if unless you know now, why it's costing so much and what the responsibility is in terms of it being coming directly from the school, the parents, the PTAs versus central office?
Okay, so I'll give you a thumbnail, but we will follow up with some detail. And Ms. Silvestri, I'd like to come back to Ms. Wolf's question about the bullying a little bit. But first, let me answer your question or give a brief overview. The first piece is we do survey schools and give them, some input on what the choice would, whether they want to go to a bigger venue such as the DAR, or they want to do at their home. The issues with the home is we do pay for a percentage of costs. The district supports a percentage of that. But some of the costs above and beyond that, then the school is subject to that with fundraisers. The home graduations, sound stages, staging, chairs, et cetera, are some of the things that raise those costs. I've been informed that this year 8 schools elected to have the home graduations, and yes, in fact, they do. So with the rising costs of everything today, maybe we need to evaluate the percentage of the district contribution so they can hold those home graduations. I also know that we have competing priorities, and what I mean by that is many of the graduations are all occurring at the same time, and there are only so many venues. So I think it's good information for us to look back on, but I think the big issue is how does this put an additional responsibility for fundraising on the schools, and it'll be something that we'll look at, but we'll get some more detail to that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know during COVID, when they first started celebrating at home, even when they didn't do the graduation at all, you know, the inequity of what schools were able to do. One high school had, you know, gift bags of loot or whatever you call it, you know, giveaway stuff, and a professional photographer and a DJ, and then other schools, nothing. Here's your cap and gown. You're out. And I'd like us not to have to see those kind of inequities based on something that should be exception, and, you know, an amazing time for every one of our children. So thank you.
Yeah, I just think we probably need to reassess with the home graduations and the increase in costs how much the district contributes, and that'll probably be one of the largest solutions. I do want to come back to the bullying, and one of the advocacies that I have with that is that I strongly recommend, as a former building administrator, that parents, if they're having issues, please call the school principal. That is your greatest ally. That is your greatest resource. I know there are fears about retaliation. I recognize that. That is unacceptable. If that happens, we will address that quickly. And if it has to rise above the principal, then parents should feel free to contact me or contact us here at the central office. That is the quickest and the cleanest way to address bullying issues and get them resolved very quickly. I know it happens. I wish it didn't happen, but we're not going to tolerate it.
The plan that she mentions in her testimony, when will that be presented to the board? Or is that part of the anti-racist?
I think we have that coming in June. If I recall, we outlined some of those issues, and there is a pretty clear schematic that's drawn up, and we'll kind of elevate some of that information so it's more available for folks and for their awareness. But I think we have that slated for the last meeting in June, if I'm correct.
Will that include a communications plan so that parents of all
Absolutely.
language groups understand what you just said about going to the principal first?
Right. Yes.
It will.
Yep.
Yeah, and the link, I did try it. There is no online form in Spanish.
Okay.
There's only one in English, but there is a paper form in Spanish.
We'll get that corrected.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I just associate myself with all my colleagues' comments. And I did, picking up on what Dr. Carter-Pokris said and what Viveka Sinha, the Blair student, mentioned, I don't think we're doing a good enough job of really promoting and pushing and celebrating the new Stronger Student app. Ms. Sinha mentioned it directly in her testimony, but I couldn't help but think when Dr. Carter-Pokris was talking, we need to make sure our students all know about that app and have downloaded that app and know that it is a safe, anonymous way to report any incident that they experience in a school or not in a school. And, you know, that was developed by students, crowdsourced by students. It is specifically to be something that students would use, could use, and would feel safe using. So if we could do more to promote the availability of that app, I just don't think the uptake has been very robust yet. So maybe Mr. Kim could use his vast platforms to ensure that all students know about it and know that it was developed by students. So this is not another thing that adults did and handed them, but this is something that they developed to meet their needs. So, and it is a very robust resource in many, many languages. So, and it is a way to directly submit a bullying report without having to go to the website and click on a form. And anyway, and then I did also want to thank Dr. Schwen. Thank you. and Mr. Stevens, because, the arts and literature in our schools are so incredibly important. And I think our media specialists, are real heroes in the system for the way they create truly welcoming spaces. I go into media centers and I'm just amazed at the work that you all do. And students talk about it all the time, how they may not feel safe or welcome or valued or see themselves reflected anywhere else in the school, but they can go to the media center and there's a book that they can find. And regarding the instrumental music repair, I know that Dr. Rumpf is here and he's been working on that. But I just keep wondering, there is inequity. He's absolutely right. I mean, some schools have music boosters and groups like that that advocate actively and successfully fundraise to augment the work of their arts programs, including their instrumental music programs, and some schools don't. And we have, if there's a way we can look at maybe the MCPS Foundation or something, leveling the playing field. And I know we have several board members who sit on that and could, look at that as an opportunity, because we just don't want any student not being able to access, instrumental music because they don't have instruments or they're damaged or there are 3 students trying to use the same cello or anything like that. Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Roy are EML ELD teachers. Both of them mentioned, I think I understood some of it, but sort of this excess of paperwork that is required when they are to support their students, when they get additional students that come in to their course during the course of the school year and they have to do WIDA testing. And that's a conversation we've had about how we can make it more possible for our school staff who have mental wellness credentials to spend more of their time directly serving students instead of doing a lot of paperwork. And if there's a way that we can look to see if there are other sort of support staff members who could help to alleviate that paperwork burden for our EML, ELD teachers, so they're not, we want them to be spending their time planning great lessons and working and engaging with students and families. So just wondering if that's something that we could look at. And then finally, I just want to address Moms for Liberty? If we could just talk about what this is really about. You say parents' rights to pull their students out of lessons when they're going to be reading a book that has an LGBTQ character in it because of your religious rights, your family values, your core beliefs. But, Rogers and Hammerstein got it right 70 years ago. You have to be taught to hate. No child is born otherizing, marginalizing, thinking somebody else is not as good as they are because of the way they look or the way they talk or the religion they practice or who they love. And, I am proud of the work that the system is doing and is committed to doing to say we are going to ensure that every student in our school at every age can see themselves reflected in the work of their classroom and in the people in the schools that do that work with them. And even if they don't feel safe being who they are at home or in their other community, we're going to create a space that acknowledges the humanity of everybody. Because saying that a kindergartner can't be present when you read a book about a rainbow unicorn because it offends your religious rights or your family values or your core beliefs is just telling that kid, here's another reason to hate another person. And we are not going to do that in the school system.
Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Ms. Silvestre. We cannot opt out of diversity and inclusion. It's the school system's responsibility to deliver a meaningful education to all of our students. Every student has the right to be reflected in what they learn, which means that we cannot treat instruction that reflects some students any differently than as we treat instruction that reflects others. No aspect of a student's identity should limit the quality of their education. Not what they look like, not where they come from, not what language they speak, not their sexuality, not their gender identity, and not their religion. Let me be clear. Diversity is a necessity to a comprehensive education. So inclusion must stay. Thank you.
If there are no other comments, I will move on to our next agenda item. I want to thank everyone that came out to testify. We hear you. We take your comments into consideration in all the decisions that we make. Ms. Seabrook, whenever you're ready.
All right, good afternoon. We only have a few items of legislation for you all to vote on today. Nothing in the platform, just a few that we're going to walk through to take your vote. The first one up is House Bill 448. That is the Teacher Pay Parity Act. This one is requiring the difference between non-public special education placement teachers and the pay of local school district teachers to be compared, and the difference in that pay has to come out of, in this bill, would come out of the local school district's budget. And there is a scale over a number of years that would happen in. Typically, we would have put this in the platform because it's an unfunded mandate. We are elevating it here because when it was introduced, that difference in pay was supposed to be, in the first round of this bill, the difference in pay was going to be made up by the state. And the bill has then been amended to now put that onus on the local school district. So there's been some advocacy around this one, and so we wanted to pull it out for you all to see. The recommended position on this is to oppose because it creates an unfunded mandate for school systems to fund that pay parity.
Move opposition.
Second.
Any questions or further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present.
Okay, the next one is House Bill 849, School Bus Stops and Violations, Enforcement and Safety Measures. This one this bill requires that a warning rather than a citation be issued for the first violation captured by a school bus monitoring camera. The violation, I won't read everything, but the point of this one is that currently there is no, you get the citation on a school bus violation the first time. And so this would amend the law to now allow for the first time to be a warning. And so we are recommending support with the amendment to remove the requirement to issue a warning for the first time violation in order to strengthen student and pedestrian safety protections.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So the recommended position of supporting with that amendment, if that amendment was adopted, I'm a little confused about what the bill is actually.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then it would be then we would just be left with State Highway Administration to develop plans for safety measures at school bus stops in Montgomery County. So there is something in the bill to really support Montgomery County's development of safety plans for bus stops.
But doesn't that encourage people to just run around the bus as they're already doing? That's what I'm trying to.
So the amendment that we're saying support the rest of the bill, which would create safety plans for Montgomery County bus stops, right? Support that. But the piece that we're saying to remove, we're recommending that the piece about the first time being a warning to be removed.
A financial.
Okay, so you're leaving the.
So the first time citation would be a citation, not a warning.
Okay, I don't think I was quite getting that. So you're sticking with the local authority to do it, and then just whatever we decide to do in the county.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kim, did you have?
So currently, it's a citation,
Currently, it's a citation, yes.
first violation.
Yes, that's correct. And they want to make it so that it's just a warning as opposed to a financial, because I think it's like a $150 citation.
Might be more than that. I think it's like $250.
Oh, is it? I was gonna say, it might be $300 now? I don't know. It started at $150.
Did you have another comment? Mr. Kim?
I have a motion.
Okay. Mrs. Nadrowski, did you have a comment?
I was going to move that we support with the amendment, but if you want to make a different motion, I don't have a second, so go ahead.
I would move that we oppose the bill in its entirety.
I had a question, sorry.
Yes, Ms. Rivera.
Okay, so just to be clear, okay. So right now it's a citation.
Yes.
Okay, because literally the other day, it was 3 buses and 2 cars went through, and it was just infuriating. There were elementary school kids. It was clear as day that they were supposed to stop. So I guess I'm not feeling the thought of going to a warning.
That's right, and that is what that's the amendment. So right now, it's a citation, first time. This bill would make it the first time a driver gets caught doing that on a camera, it would be a warning.
Which we don't want.
Why is that good?
No, we're saying.
Oh, we're saying no. Okay, all right, that's not good. Okay, just because I think some of us are caught in the. Sorry, it was not the best written bill. Okay, can we all agree on that?
The rest of the bill does. The rest of the bill does talk about developing a safety plan in Montgomery County at bus stops, which
would be a good thing.
But do we need that bill to develop our own?
Mr. Kim is saying just oppose it altogether.
This is introduced, though, I think, by our delegation, by members of our delegation.
Ms. Evans?
I was going to ask Mr. Kim what he was why did you want to oppose it? That was my question. Because I read it and I was clear as to what it would do. And just like Ms. Rivera-Oven, you see people pass the buses all the time when the stop sign is out. So I want them to have to pay the first time.
No, I'm with you. When I kind of looked through the substance of the bill was that that rather than a citation for the first violation, it'd be a warning. The recommended position is to support it with an amendment removing the requirement, that language. So my kind of thought process, and I'm kind of thinking out loud now, is what is really the substance of the bill? I feel like if we're taking a stance against that, we're ultimately taking a stance against the bill's intention. So that's kind of my thought process.
Okay, so then my next question is, we meaning our staff, has talked with the delegate of this bill.
I have not spoken with them, but I do know that this is introduced by our county delegates.
I think they're trying to respond to the people who insist that the bus stops, and then the minute they're going around, and no sooner than they start to go around, the bus swings a hand out, and so there's no opportunity for them to stop. But I'm a little bit concerned because if we support with the amendment, it sounds confusing still. It seems to me we should say we're supporting with reinstating the citation, being very specific. But then what do you really accomplish? I'm like Mr. Kim, what do you accomplish if you do that? And I know we're trying to be supportive since it was raised by the Montgomery County delegation, but I have to say I'm having a hard time with this because I want them to pay because they're hitting kids, they're hitting people on bicycles.
Okay, so let's see. We have a motion to oppose altogether. And Mrs. Nadrowski, did you make a motion? No.
I mean, I said I was going to move to support with the amendment. Oh. Sorry, I had said I was planning to offer the motion to support with the amendment, but I hadn't had a second yet, so I deferred to him to hear what his position was. I understand. I feel like I understand what our delegation's trying to do in terms of making sure that, we have issues where kids are hit by cars while they're at the bus stops and things like that, and that's the issue they're trying to address. And and by having a safety plan around our bus stops. I will be supporting it with the amendment that it is a citation, not a warning.
Can I just ask a question? Do we know where the bill is right now?
I can look it up. It has crossed over.
But did it got the support of the?
And I think there was a hearing today on this one. Let me see.
But did it cross over with a unanimous vote from the delegation to the Senate or which Senate to delegation? I just don't remember.
So it was third reading passed. Oh, the hearing's tomorrow. So referred to committee, and the hearing is 3/29 at 1 p.m. So it crossed over from the House to the Senate.
So it passed the House.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have Mr. Kim's motion to oppose altogether. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Yes. So it, as is, as not with the amendment, but the bill as in, prior to us wanting to adjust it for an amendment, it passed the House already, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
All in favor?
Can I just ask one more? So if we oppose, if we support it with the amendment to add the citation back, what are we really supporting?
We're just supporting safety measures.
We're supporting a plan that needs to be put into place in order to have safety measures around our bus stop areas. So whether it be something like, about where kids should be crossing or which side of the street they should be standing on, or things like that to avoid some of the issues that we're having with kids going to the bus stops, leaving the bus stops, things like that.
And what is the hammer to enforce that?
Yeah, that part I don't know.
We already have this.
Well, that's what it sounds like they're taking away for the first offense, though.
So we should just call the question. We should just vote.
We have a motion to oppose and a second. All in favor, raise your hand.
Opposed?
Mr. Kim's, yeah. Mr. Kim, Ms. Harris, myself, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Rivera Oven. All in favor? I'm sorry. I'm confused now.
All opposed?
All opposed.
All opposed to Mr. Kim's motion. Ms. Madrowski, Ms. Evans, and Ms. Yang. The motion passes.
Okay, the next bill is Senate Bill 0011, Establishment of School Zones. So currently, a school zone is 0.5 miles around, 0.5 mile around the school. Right now, so with this bill, a school zone would not exceed 500 feet or 0.1 mile around the school. So it would make a school zone smaller unless it is recommended by a traffic engineering study. So this would make it more difficult to establish school zones and have safer speed limits around the school. And so the recommendation for this one is to oppose.
I'll move opposition.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay, the next one is House Bill 0878, Public Schools Student Telehealth Appointments. This would require a policy for LEAs to develop at middle and high schools to designate a space for student telehealth appointments that is private, that has internet access, that has at least one seating option with a flat surface and electrical outlet, and it cannot be a bathroom or a closet. We've heard from staff, the recommendation on this one is to oppose, and we've gotten some feedback from staff on this one, and staff let us know that this would cause an undue burden on schools to find that dedicated space. Space is already at a premium in a lot of our middle and high schools. It would also be difficult to find staff to manage that space. It takes away from the principal's autonomy to manage his or her own space in the building.
and there's no fiscal support in this bill for the creation and maintenance of those spaces within the school building. So those were the reasons we got from staff on why we should oppose this bill.
So if we need a motion in order to discuss it, I'm going to move to support.
For a second? Is this for discussion purposes?
Oh, second, sorry.
Questions? Ms.
Monroe? This is something that we talked extensively about in policy committee, and I've heard from MCPS about this extensively because some constituents had reached out because they wanted their child to be able to access their mental health without having to go sit outside during the wintertime or, go sit in someone's car, and they wanted the ability to be able to stay inside the building. I don't agree with the argument that we can't find an empty classroom at any given time. This bill does not specify that it needs to be a one and only place. It's we will help you find a place. So, and staff should not be involved in a student's mental health therapy session. So there shouldn't be a need for staff. One of the arguments I've heard from MCPS has been, well, what if the child gets upset during the session and something goes awry? If kids are doing it anyways and just not telling the school, the same thing can happen. This would avoid that in the sense of at least the school would be aware that a child was having an appointment and could check in on the child or whatever. And I think the fact that we say we want to provide mental health for all students at any cost, but apparently not at this cost, and I just disagree with it, with the opposition of it. Sorry.
Mrs. Evans?
Sure. Yeah, so I hate that you framed it like that because there is support for mental health for our students, but I can respect your thoughts. If we could have Dr. Chester or Ms. Wiles come down and speak, because they came and talked very eloquently at our policy meeting.
We have staff prepared to speak to this, so maybe we can give a little bit of a broader breadth of some of the issues and additional background.
Sure. Okay. I'm just calling down random people. I'll let Dr. Murphy pick who he wants to speak, but I'm just going off.
All of our questions first, or how do you want to handle this?
You should have.
Well, so I asked a question, and so I'm getting my question answered, and then we can go around to all the board members, and we can do that, right? We always take time to hear from everyone, so we'll do the same thing today. Thank you all for coming down.
So if we could address Mrs. Evans' question, which was?
So Dr. Chester, at our policy meeting, you spoke to the various services so the various companies or organizations or doctors that we deal with through telehealth. We have a memorandum of understanding, and just speak to the liability, just the thinking behind wanting some staff to be somewhere nearby, and the difficulty that is placed on our schools, our administrators, on not being able to be in a room to make certain our students are safe, or to be able to support them when they come out of the telehealth service.
Yes, and thank you for having me here today. And so, as you stated, there are significant concerns with this bill. With the space, the bill does state that you have to have a designated space that has, it's not just the internet and so forth. Those are things they have in the school, but you would have to have designated staffing to be there, because it's not just the bill for mental health, it's for health. So you're talking about doctor's visits, speech and language, OT-PT, and mental health services and other services that parents are requesting. When we think about this, you may think about it from the stance of, okay, this is one child who has this mental health service. But what we're seeing in schools now since the pandemic is parents are requesting for their children to have all kinds of health-related, mental, physical health appointments. And in schools, let's think of like a Blair, where you could have 5% of your students, 10% of your students who are requesting for these services. Parents are asking each day of the week, and you're talking about all day, so you're going to need somebody who's going to schedule this. And you have to, because of in loco parentis, and for liability reasons, you have to have a designated staff member who is there monitoring the children who are receiving these services all day long. So you're talking about hiring people who will be there to watch the students while they're having those services. Currently, we have received numerous complaints from our administrators in our schools when parents are asking for children to have these types of services in schools because they're having therapy. Sometimes they come out, the parents aren't there. You don't know why they're receiving the therapy. And they're coming out potentially suicidal, angry, throwing chairs, causing all kinds of disruption to the point where the parents are being called to come back to pick up their children from school, and it is causing a significant disruption within the day for this. Also, these children, they are having these services in the school. We are not aware of the types of services because we, their parents are scheduling them. So what if the child who potentially has a disability? We are unaware of the support that's being provided. We are not aware of potential child fine obligations for children to receive this type of support. And that because the families, we don't have consent to contact that therapist to figure out what's going on with them, what type of services potentially are needed. Parents are not in obligation to tell us as to why they are having these telehealth services in schools. And so with all of this, and in collaboration, like we've talked with providers, I particularly talked to all of the school psych supervisors and all the neighboring counties. They're all in opposition of this. And so, because they're seeing the same types of difficulties in their schools around the state that we are seeing here in Montgomery County. Just from the few students who are engaged in this right now, if we open this up, it's going to create a significant disruption within our schools. Because as you said, I'm all for mental health. We have an RFP for mental health providers. We just signed the MOUs with JESSA and with Thrive to provide these services to additional schools. This is something that we have an MOU with. We are collaborating with them. We know of the students that are being referred for these services so that we can collaborate with the families, with the agencies, and with our school staff to make sure that we are providing a robust and well-rounded supports for our students.
If I may, there's a couple pieces associated with specifically, let's say, the agencies and the contractors that we have with Thrive and JESSA. When we bring in outside providers, their services, their individuals are vetted following MCPS procedures, right, for fingerprinting, for background checks, for child abuse. We know with whom the students are meeting. We know that they have gone through all of our processes. For private providers, we have no idea with whom they are speaking. We have not provided any type of background check, what have you, for them whatsoever. So this is one piece to deal with there. I think the question about logistics as well for the building administrator is a key one. And while no, we don't have to have one designated space in a school all day long as the telehealth room, imagine if you have multiple students a day. Imagine if you have just 7, 1 per period. You're now dedicating staff to coordinating that, identifying who the student is, what time they'll be in there, who is going to, no, we are not inside the room with them when they are getting their therapy, but we do have to have somebody in proximate to the space to see the student come in, to make sure that they are safe, to see that they exit, to get them back to class. And so it does add another layer of coordination and logistical complications to the schoolhouse on top of all the additional duties that our building leaders and our teachers and staff have taken on over the course of the last several years. I do want to state this does not take away from our commitment to mental health resources and well-being for all of our students, and the work that we are doing specifically with HHS and Bridge to Wellness and our social workers, the additional RFP that our team has brought forth that will cover really a great number of schools. I don't have the numbers, perhaps you do. 58 additional schools, specifically in elementary and middle schools where we have these mental health deserts. So just some other things to consider. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
Can we have Ms.
Sorry.
Can she speak?
Just to be additive and not repetitive, we do use for speech and language services, the agencies that we're currently using, where we do telehealth is highly controlled. There is a requirement that there is a facilitator, so similar to what my colleagues were referring to. We designate a space. The facilitator is there to help ensure that the student is able to access. The platform is there to ensure that the student is well in terms of the therapy that they are receiving, and that the therapy is appropriate. So I would just, as my colleagues say, that we should oppose this bill.
Ms. Rivera. Yes, I actually would like to hear from a health officer. I know she is very well-known pediatrician, and I would like to ask her her opinion on, Dr. Kapunen, we are going through a huge mental health crisis in this country. We have seen the latest studies from the Central Control Disease about that 1 in 5 youth have attempted suicide. More than in the last 10 years, we have seen an increase. We are seeing that in our schools. So my question to you is, do we rather see these young people get the help that they need? Because we have sometimes issues with access, that kids might not have internet at home, but I know that you talk about 2 specific programs, and I know some of these programs actually have a language access issue in certain languages. So I'm thinking, for example, of Casa Ruben with Dr. Peralta, who she often does telemedicine appointments with young people who might not have the internet at home, but they might have it at school. So I guess my question is, do we rather see that or nothing at all?
Thanks for having me at the table. The safety and health of our students is absolutely paramount, and access has to be good access. It has to be safe access. I think we have, pilots that we're working with partners to set really good, safe parameters for how this care can be done. Telehealth is an important modality that has allowed us to reach many spaces and create opportunities for care that previously did not exist, but it has to be done carefully, especially with children. And we are committed to safe supervision. So it's a little bit difficult to think about how do we provide privacy. We're talking about the safety of unsupervised spaces and bathrooms, but we're also saying we need to have a closed door. And how do we supervise somebody who's getting mental health treatment and they may need support? I can't tell you what it's like. This has happened to me. It's happened to my colleagues, to be talking to a teenager who confides to you they're suicidal and they're on a screen. And I've learned a lot from my mental health colleagues about how to set up that appointment, operationally as a clinical operations leader. How do we conduct telehealth in a way that keeps people safe, that we preemptively think about all of these different processes. If something comes up during therapy, that we know how to immediately respond. And that's why, as Dr. Connolly Chester mentioned, having these very close relationships and doing this care in the context of careful planning with partners we know is important. So, access to telehealth is extremely important, but we need implementation support in terms of technical implementation, resources to be able to have those private spaces in which we can also guarantee safety at the same time, as well as, I can tell you from running clinics, making appointments, running space, making sure that they, even in our school-based wellness clinics, coordinating appointments around students' schedules to make sure that they're also benefiting from teaching and learning. Like, the school-based health is amazing because you can bring appointments in, but it has to be very intentional. It has to be supported. Access must be protected, but we must also have the implementation support we need to do it right and to do it safely.
So then my following question would be, so it sounds like you're not against it. It sounds like you're in support of it with certain guidelines that the school will know and could maybe come to some kind of agreement with the parent and so on, right? So if you were to give any feedback on this on this legislation, I would like to know, as the professional at the table, as a pediatrician, what would that feedback be in order to make sure that this could work?
Yeah, so two things. I think the language that schools must be required to provide services in all middle and high schools is like very binding, especially when there are not additional supports that are provided for in the legislation to help schools understand how to do this and to functionally actually do it in terms of people and space and time. Like I feel there needs to be more best practices and support. You can't just say that something is going to happen without helping people make it happen when it's this complicated and this important. Safety is so important. And my other concerns are equity. You know, we have in our mental health landscape many, many barriers to accessing help. Telehealth services are one way that we can expand to spaces and provide culturally and linguistically competent care, but they're I wish there was something in this legislation that provided for that specifically, that if you roll out a program like this for all kids, it's got to be for all kids, and there has to be protections that is done in an equitable manner, not just kids who already have their community provider are able to see them at school. That would create a great inequity if there are kids who still don't have access to services that we previously spoke about, and they wouldn't have access to that similar service. So I think those are the two things, the requirement without the support, and also I would love if this legislation had something that really ensured equity, an equity focus in rolling out this access and protected that specifically.
Right, which is my concern even now currently, the way MCPS and the services we have. I think it would be really good for us to maybe later on get brief on the services that we offer and mental health support to our students in the different levels of like high school, middle school, and elementary school. And the access piece is what I'm interested in, even with our special ed education students, and the support that your office receives, right, in order to do that, and to just be cognizant of the fact that there's a large population of our students that don't have that kind of access. And I know that programs look great in paper and so on, but when you start, diving into them a little bit more, there is an access issue to a lot of them. So.
Yeah, and my worry is that the legislation is not worded to protect that equity and access per the intent that the board would have for that type of service.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, I'm kind of scratching my head at some of the conversation because, the bill simply says boards of education create a policy to accommodate students who need to participate in telehealth appointments scheduled during school day. Create a space with very minimum requirements. It doesn't say it's mental health exclusively, it's telehealth. This could be a kid that needs a 5-minute pre-screening visit because they're having their wisdom teeth out next week. This is a way that students don't have to leave school and miss a whole half day of school for a 5-minute appointment or a 10-minute appointment. And, in the policy, I don't see why all the issues being raised here couldn't be addressed. Limiting the times of day in which this, students could participate in a telehealth appointment at school to certain days, certain times, certain numbers of students. And, we're raising issues of liability, and, these would be medical providers that have been approved by families and are providing care with informed consent. That's not our business. I think, to me, I'm a public health person. I'm all about problem solving. I'm all about rolling up sleeves saying how we can get something done. And this just seems like a lot of this is why we can't do something. And I do think we can create whatever policy we want that makes a space available for, during the lunch hour in this space If you have a student that needs to do telehealth and you want them to do it at school, here's the days, here's the times, here's how you let us know. We decide, we have school decide, who's going to be the person who supervises that space, just like we do when we have students who have to take a standardized test when they missed the testing day, and so we have to make an accommodation for them to come in, and somebody's got to be with them while they go and take the exam. And we talk about, well, what if a student's triggered during a telehealth visit, but a student can be triggered in a classroom.
Right.
And so I just think this is a very well-intended bill, and we could put some pragmatic common sense around it in our own policy. I just, I'm not seeing why these concerns can't be practically overcome. And we can even say, we can even limit the type of telehealth appointments that we would accommodate in a policy. But just to blanketly want to oppose this bill when it gives us all the latitude to create the policy, and all it says is, you got to give them a chair and a place that's got access, and it can't be a bathroom or a closet. I think those are restrictions that we could easily comply with and build a policy around. Those are my comments, I guess.
Mr. Kim, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess that really poses a question. So currently, there's nothing stopping local school districts from allowing students to get the service in this way, correct? So I guess my question is exactly how much of those specifics would the bill require, and I guess how binding, how firmly are we binded to any of those requirements?
It's like Ms. Harris said, it requires the school district to create a policy, and with those things that I read off, to designate the space. It has to be a private space, has to have internet access, has to have a certain type of seating and a flat surface, and it cannot be a bathroom or a closet. Implement these measures to ensure the safety and privacy of the student participating in the telehealth appointment. So the policy would need to include all of that or be implemented in this way with those items.
Mm-hmm. But then outside of those pieces, the board has, local boards have the authority to kind of set any other restrictions on what that telehealth looks like, how it happens.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Then I guess I'd also pose the question, if this is of interest to our board, is this something we need to pursue through the legislature? There's definitely an argument to local autonomy, and if this is a conversation that the board is interested in having, I think it's certainly something that we should continue to explore. I know we've touched on it in our policy committee meetings, but perhaps it's an area to continue to explore even outside of something that may infringe or in any way kind of bind the board to something that would end up restricting us down the road, for whatever reason it might be. So, I'd raise that question as well.
Dr. Kapuna, did you want to say something?
Oh, I was just mentioning that I actually have the bill in front of me, and it does require not just that a policy be established, but also that each middle school and high school has to designate the space. There's no time frame, and there is a lot of the implementation that can be worked out on an individual school basis, as Board Member Harris mentioned, but also just the implementation and support. If you have, a designated space during lunch when we are already looking for other people to monitor lunch, and it's a school of 3,200 kids, like how do we do that safely and at scale? I can tell you, being someone who does telehealth all day with teenagers, it's hard to find a private space where they can talk even about general health appointments. So just operationally is possible. And we can solve a lot of the implementation issues with policy, including with trusted partners. It just does require a lot of work. And this work is already happening regardless of this legislation, because we know that there's a great need.
Mrs. Modrowski?
Yeah, I just wanted to first clarify that this does not in anywhere in this legislation does it specify it's only for private people's practices. So you mentioned that, or someone of you mentioned that we already have an MOU to do telehealth, provide telehealth services. So if we're going to be doing it, we're saying we can't do it. So why did we sign an MOU?
Is the telehealth in the evenings or is it during school time?
Doesn't matter, but it shouldn't be about, the legislation isn't, I'm just sorry, she just mentioned some, I just want to clarify again, this legislation isn't about specific providers.
Right.
It's about telehealth in general.
So RFP is not saying that we are not providing telehealth. What we have learned especially through COVID and during this time that we've returned back to school, is that the RFP is going to be primarily for students to receive in-person health services in schools, because the logistical concerns around telehealth were significant during this time. And that the only time that students may receive telehealth support is, let's say, during the summer, during the winter break, spring break, or at times maybe they're out because of other significant mental health concerns. So for primarily, the RFP will be for in-person services.
And I think the opposition of the bill doesn't translate to this is not possible in our schools, only that to require it without providing schools with the additional support they need to do this well, safely, and with high quality. That is what we are exploring in pilots with partners. Sort of what is that going to look like? And then to universally mandate schools to have this without provisions for resources, regulatory support, equity, I think it's premature. And it's something that we can continue to explore. It's something that we will do.
Ms. Yang?
Yes, thank you. I have two questions. First, I have a comment. As our society encounter issues, as issues arise, we do have a tendency to ask our schools to do more and more, and putting things on our staff's plate to add additional hats, for their duty beyond teaching. However, we do understand medical health is going through a change. Telehealth is increasingly become part of our life, and imagine schools 10 or 20 years down the way, there might be a lot of components how to collaborate with families and community. Now, recognizing all that, I do have a question about where the bill is at, and also more on the autonomous piece of our school system. So there are things we absolutely want to do, collaborate with families and communities, but we have always been in the position saying that let's do it ourselves, collaborate, talk to our staff, talk to our family, talk to our provider, and let us do a plan instead of somebody else mandating us without understanding local situations. So I do have concern about that. So can you give an update where the bill is at?
Sure. So it has passed from the House to the Senate. And has been referred to committee, Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. There's a hearing on this one as well tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Okay. If right now in a school, not to the MOUs we have with our providers, if a students have a doctor's appointment and tell their teacher, I have a medical appointment today, I need to do it as a telehealth appointment. What is our practice now if a student raises this question?
So if a student were to say to their teacher, I think most likely, I'm going to give you a theoretical response here. If a parent were to request that their student was able to engage in a telehealth appointment, I would imagine they would have to communicate with the school, perhaps the school level administrator, the attendance secretary, inform the school that this is happening and request that an absence from whatever period they would be in would be excused. but they would have to coordinate this with the school in advance and identify a location. And I think this is what I think in the beginning, when some of the summary about the rationale for opposition was stated, was about the autonomy, right, or the ability, right, of a school leadership team to be able to make decisions as to what is feasible, given the space and human resource constraints at any given time. You may or may not have a space available. You may or may not have staff available. And so it is a local school-based decision at this time. And I will say, in the conversations that we had earlier in the year, prior to the special populations meeting in the fall, engaging with some of our principals and school leaders, there were questions and concerns raised from our school leaders saying they, at times this puts them in a challenging situation, that they're in the middle of something, and that, again, it feels like a bit of scope creep on their role as building leaders in a school system, especially coming on the tails of contact tracing and all the operational and logistical pieces that were layered onto their jobs in the previous years as we get back to a focus on primarily our core purpose of teaching and learning.
Dr. Connolly Chester.
I also wanted to add to what Mr. Monteleone said, in that in talking with staff when this has happened, it's hard enough for schools to provide space for the current mental health and other staff members that are there. It is highly unlikely for the school psychologists to even have their own space where they're able to provide these services individually. They usually, it's like they're swapping, talking to staff like, are you going to be here today? Can I do this? Can I get this space? Can I find a space to do the services that we have already hired them to provide? And so for an outside provider to come in, and which we do have agreements with principals where there are some outside providers who come into the school to provide it. Principals are having a hard enough time providing spaces for the providers that are coming into our schools to do it, in which they have to go through our background check process, child abuse and neglect training, other things in order to reduce the liability of something happening to that student while they're in our school. Because when they're in our schools, regardless of what the outside agencies have, their background checks and so forth, the students are still our primary responsibility. And if something happens to them while receiving those therapies in our school, it is still our responsibility. We could still potentially be sued for whatever happens during that session. And so we have to make sure that, and for our staff, again, they have to be there to monitor them. So for many times I hear from the counselors in the school where the student is having this therapy, this telehealth service in the school, and then something happens, they have to stop what they're doing and providing services to the students that they have on their caseload in order for them to monitor the student who is getting support that their parents have got them, signed consent, done all those things for. So then our staff are not providing the services that we are paying them for because they're sitting there supervising this student who is getting the support because the parents have requested for them to have it instead of the parents taking them to the provider themselves. They have to do that in the school. And so our staff aren't able to do their jobs. And so, which again, with this bill, it would require for us to hire somebody and spend additional funding for each school to have somebody who's there to monitor, to schedule, and so forth, and for the schools to give up a confidential space, which is typically an office, in the main office or someplace like that, for them to provide that type of support for them.
Thank you for the explanation. So I do think that as a school district, we need to continue to think about it because telehealth is becoming increasingly a bigger portion of healthcare, and the convenience it provides for our students and family. However, I am concerned about the additional burden in our school buildings and the local autonomy. So I would like us to be able to look at ways to address this. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf.
I think that Julie has summed it up pretty well. I'm concerned about local autonomy, but this is also starting to sound like an unfunded mandate. However, mental health is an issue that we will continue to have to deal with. And so I do think it is probably incumbent upon the policy committee, even if we don't agree with this legislation, and I don't agree with this legislation for the reasons I gave, but it still may be something for us to think about because it's going to come back. If it doesn't pass this year, it's going to come back next year. So if we could get out ahead of it and set our own parameters, I think that would be helpful. The big concern, though, is them mandating it, because they're not mandating any funding to go with it. Thank you.
Mrs. Modrowski.
Just, I think we should probably call the vote, but I just had two clarifying questions for the superintendent. Didn't we support a situation where every one of our schools has a wellness space in it? I mean, I remember talking about it because my son used to call it the sin bin, and I forget what they call it now, but it's something really happy and, you know, because we've seen them in the schools.
Yes.
I thought every school, every one of our schools currently has a Zen den. Thank you, that was the word. Don't our schools have Zen dens?
We have asked all of our schools to look for spaces, to create spaces of wellness. Yes, we have.
Okay.
Are you asking that question in terms of a space?
I was just checking, yeah, because I mean, if that, to me, a wellness space is a wellness space, so if we've got one, then maybe that alleviates a lot of the issues of us trying to find a spot for them. And the other question I had was, don't we have wellness teams that are already put together in our schools to oversee if students are having an emotional breakdown?
Right. So yes, we do have wellness teams, but as it was stated, wellness teams are working with students and families. So if you're thinking about why can't they be the group of staff to monitor this, they, like the other staff, are rendering services and providing that. So in terms of them monitoring, that would not be a way in which we could intend and plan for them to be used, because then we'd be pulling them away from a service of providing an in-person service to students, which is a part of why they are there. While I have the mic, I just wanted to say, I mean, I think the last, Ms. Yang and Ms. Wolf kind of summed it up. I do believe that everything that's been stated, we have to be able to continue to embrace telehealth. As a matter of fact, it was one of the things that actually helped us during the pandemic to be able to reach more students. I think about some incidents, that we had, and we were able to provide telehealth to students, wee hours in the evening after a big incident happened at school. That was, welcome and provided great flexibility. However, I recommend that we continue to look at ways to do this, in which we design that and work with the Board of Education to do that here within Montgomery County, hearing that this is a priority of everybody's. I'm going to say I'll share the commitment that that's something that we can do and we will do with you and take these pieces into consideration, because it is going to be needed. However, as an educator and one who's been at MCPS to see enough incidents in schools that have kept me up at night, I do not support us having a space in which we have not provisioned for there to be supervision of every child. And that doesn't mean in the space with them, but it needs to be in and around. We have had unfortunate incidents happen, and that is something that we would have to plan for. And so a legislation that requires that we do something before we can provision for how we would do that, I would see would be a risk. But it doesn't prevent us from being proactive.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to support. All in favor, raise your hands.
The motion, it was to support the legislation, was the original motion, and the second.
What was the recommendation? It was to oppose it, right?
To oppose, yes.
Okay, so,
The motion is to support.
okay. I just want to be clear.
It was second?
You seconded for discussion.
Okay. All in favor to support the legislation, raise your hand. Okay. Ms. Harris, Mrs. Modrowski, and Ms. Rivera-Oven. To oppose, raise your hand. Mr. Kim, Mrs. Evans, myself, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Yang. We're opposing the original motion.
Yes. Come on, Robin.
Need a motion to oppose.
Move to oppose.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. Mr. Kim, Mrs. Evans, myself, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Yang. Motion passes. Thank you. Very good. So now we are moving on to item 7, our evidence of learning presentation. And as I like to say, this is one of the most important presentations that we will see during our year. It is an opportunity for us as a school board to look at our student performance data from the multiple measures perspective. So that being report cards, district assessments, and external measures, which are often state assessments. And so we look forward to the presentation. It is an opportunity to see what we're doing well and what needs to be corrected. And so I pass it on to Dr. McKnight so that we can learn more about this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Silvestri. Thank you to the staff, too, for the deep dive conversation that we just had. Much appreciated. And welcome to the staff who are joining us at the table this evening. So I'm going to just say a few things, and then I'm going to hand it over to them. But the purpose, as you mentioned, of the evidence of learning framework is for us to be able to constantly look at how we use multiple measures to determine how our students are doing. We shared in a presentation earlier, I want to say maybe 2 board meetings ago, how our students fared through an evidence of learning lens for the 21-22 school year. And so we started out having that presentation to look at what we learned about that data. That data is used to inform what focuses we want to put in the areas of literacy and mathematics, and it allows us to be able to look at what things do we need to put in place, and then most importantly, what are we going to do to serve as checkpoints to see how we're doing. And then there are the 5 essential questions that we haven't changed over the years that we continue to focus on that digs into how we're going to be responsive to the student performance data. Are our children learning is the first one. Second, are they learning enough? Third, how do we know? And we know we determine that through the data analysis. Fourth question, if not, why not? Why are they not learning? And the 5th question is, if they are not, what are we going to do about it? And then we also know, if I would add another question, if they are, what are we doing to continue to accelerate? And so those are the questions that we ask, and it's important that we not only ask those questions at the district level when we're having the presentation here about the evidence of learning, but those are the questions that have to be asked within the planning sessions of the teachers when they continue to look at the levels of learning that the students have to show mastery of and meeting those mastery objectives. And when they're looking at the student work to define how those students have fared on meeting proficiency, they have to ask those questions to be able to say, how are we going to be responsive to instruction in real time? And so I say that to you because I'm going to bring back the theory of action that I've shared with the board that is a really important lever that we have to consider in how we not only look at the evidence of learning data, but how we implement the practices to support the development of what we want to see in student learning and the evidence of learning. And the first one is, the first lever in the theory of action is that we make a commitment to differentiate resources to meet the specific needs of our students and our schools. And that means that looks different across all schools. The second lever is we continue to make a commitment to build staff capacity so that staff capacity is being built to address the needs of individual students. So when I just talked about what has to happen at the grade level teams for teachers to look at that data, understand it so they can be responsive, that's that second lever in action. Building the capacity of the staff to understand how to do that so that they can be responsive in their instruction. And then the third lever is being consistent in utilizing structures of accountability. Well, that's evidence of learning. That's the teachers looking at the student data within their cohorts and grade level teams, and being able to say, how does this then fit into how schools are progressing in their school improvement planning goals, which are designed to meet the benchmarks of the system, but to look at growth in a school being made or not, so we can then be responsive to it. So I just wanted to bring in those levers of the theory of action because this is about the data, but we have to constantly marry that up with how are the practices that we're putting in place supporting this. And I know Dr. Pugh and I had a very nice discussion about how those pieces have to marry up with the data Because if not, then we don't know what's influencing the data for the data to go into the direction that we needed to go in for student learning. So with that, I'm so excited the team is here at the table and are prepared to share our evidence of learning transition data by grade level to really look at how our different grade levels are doing within the system and within schools. Dr. Pugh.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight, and members of the board. We're happy to bring the team before you today to talk about the mid-year transition data. And October 25th was the last time we were before you with end-of-year data from last year. And since then, the team, along with the Office of School Support and Wellbeing and our ELD teachers and staff, as well as the special ed staff, have really worked together ourselves to follow that same mantra of where are we allocating resources, our time, their time, and the programs that we have, as well as building staff capacity, our capacity across each other's offices to be able to understand what the best practices are, and then to develop clear accountability structures based on each of the individual measures that you'll see in today's presentation. Next slide, please. So what you'll see today is an evidence of learning transition data in slides that you may be familiar with that have been shown prior. But we also want to illustrate how your investments are actually paying off for students in some schools, how the work that we have yet to do is illustrated by the data, and share what that work actually looks like in schools in collaboration with our school leaders. And I see many of them here in the audience. I'm excited to highlight some of the work that they're doing. At the end, you'll also hear a brief overview about our progress in supporting families in our community schools, which is a relatively new initiative. Next slide, please. So as we are discussing and engaging in our cross-office collaboration, this equity lens is bleeding through all of our work because it leads us to questions such as which voices need to be elevated, what are the unintended consequences based on what we're doing? Because if we continue to do what we have always done, we can expect to see similar results. And we also are trying to model and learn ourselves and collect data and do our own reflections and then carry that out through our various teams to get to the schools to be able to see how that's happening in those professional learning teams in the schools. It's these questions that actually lead us to direct more resources towards schools who are receiving Title I, towards schools who are identified as focus schools, and towards community schools. Next slide. So very clear alignment to today's, to the board's strategic plan in academic excellence, where the goal is to improve literacy and math rates. But you'll also see an alignment with the strategic approach to professional learning, coaching, data analysis, and monitoring to support students with special needs, students in our focus groups, including our students who are Black or African American, and Hispanic or Latino. Next slide. As a reminder, or as a first time, if this is the first time that you've seen what makes up the evidence of learning, this is purposefully and intentionally designed to outline where students are in key grade levels based on multiple measures. And there's big differences between what a student does in grade 2 and grade 3. And we also know there's big differences content-wise and sometimes building-wise between grades 5 and 6. And then again, where we see 8 and 9 and 11 is prior to graduation. So the key indicators that are included in today's discussion of the data would be the report card grades listed under classroom data. Under the district, we have district assessments, which are aligned to the curriculum and hopefully aligned to the MCAP assessment that our students are responsible for taking at the end of many of these math and English courses. And then external is made up of MAP, and at the primary grades, kindergarten through 2, it's made up also of the DIBLS, the Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills, which is critically important to our huge undertaking of shifting to the science of reading in our elementary schools. And really, the science of reading has started in 9 schools last year, has been expanded to every school through training of a few days this summer, and then supported through implementation through visits to the schools to really significantly and substantially change the practice of teaching literacy. So our mid-year check-in, as Dr. McKnight said, are our students making a successful transition to the next grade level? And we also wanted to look at, just internally, it was not usually part of the presentation, how did last year's students transition and how are our students doing this year? So we've dug a little deeper into the data to bring you that information. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Keisha Logan.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I am Keisha Logan. I am the Director for Pre-K through 12 Curriculum. Great to be here with you today. And Dr. McKnight, thank you so much for very clearly reminding everyone, if we could go to the next slide, please, about our key levers and our theory of action. And so I'm going to continue to frame what you're going to hear today through this lens, and you'll hear it throughout the presentation. As you stated, Dr. McKnight, our key levers include, if we differentiate resources to meet the specific need of our schools and communities, we build staff capacity to really create those anti-racist learning environments in which all students can learn and thrive, and consistently utilize structures of accountability, then student outcomes will improve. So as you listen to our math and literacy supervisors who are joining us today, you're going to hear how the theory of action applies to academic excellence and connects to our proposed budget accelerators. And we've frequently been asked what is new or being done differently to support our teachers, our leaders, and our students. And it's something we're always thinking about. We're going to highlight what's new in how we support equitable teaching and learning, so listen for that today as well. But it's also really important to note the reminder that improved student outcomes for literacy and mathematics begins with excellent, effective first instruction. That is not new, and that will not change, and that's something we always bring to you and elevate when we're engaging in professional learning with our teachers. But what does that mean? This means that all students pursuing grade level outcomes have the opportunity to receive standards-aligned grade level instruction, and their teachers are able to use those skills in collaborative planning, use those data analysis skills to really plan to meet the specific learning needs of the students in the classrooms in front of them. So that as those students receive that content and skills-aligned instruction, they're able to grasp it the first time that they receive that instruction, which research shows means that they're better able to really become independent in using those skills and strategies and transfer those skills and strategies across other content areas. So we need to build the capacity of our teachers to be able to deliver that excellent and effective first instruction. We do that through professional learning and coaching. In those sessions, we're talking about how teachers use data to do what I just described, how they use the curriculum tools and resources to be able to meet our students' needs, and how to approach planning and curriculum study. This is ongoing and a very significant part of our work. We'll elevate some of that for you today as we talk about our schools. Very excited to be joined by principals and leaders from Stedwick Elementary, from Neelsville and Briggs Cheney Middle Schools. These schools are outstanding representations of how careful curriculum study, implementation of effective first instruction, and alignment of resources really can lead to growth for our students. So we're excited to highlight their work later in the presentation, but we bring them to you as examples of the work in action, and with the understanding that the progress that we'll share in these school stories is being seen across many of our schools. Our job is to ensure that it's happening at all of our schools, right? And that is that lever of accountability. So I'm now going to turn things over to Sheila Berlinger, who's one of our math supervisors. She's going to outline progress with pre-K through 12 mathematics instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Logan. Next slide, please. Good evening, President Silvestri, Dr. McKnight, members of the board. I'm Sheila Berlinger, and I serve as your elementary supervisor for mathematics. And you're going to hear me talk about the story of pre-K to 12 math at this point in the year. I'm going to ask you to consider the data in two different ways. Next slide, please. First, the data presented here shows the achievement of our students from September through January, just one short window of time, right? We're examining transition data for kindergarten and grades 3, 6, and 9, just to take the temperature of how the students do when they transition through some important educational milestones, starting kindergarten, moving from primary to intermediate, from grade 2 to grade 3, and then changing buildings from elementary to middle and middle to high. The goal in these transitions is for them to hang on to their progress. We want them to stay stable or improve. So the question is evidence of learning attainment actually holding steady, yes or no? We have some successes and we have some questions. First, I want to elevate the successes. The classroom measures in grades 3 and 6 are performing very well. The students are attaining evidence of learning in the classrooms in grades 3 and 6, and grade 9 students are meeting that external measure. What are some concerns? Well, you can see what I see. First off, there's still too much red on that slide. There are inconsistencies in classroom performance versus district and external. I'll address that in a moment. And all of our service groups continue to show need. So let's talk for just a minute about the difference between that classroom measure and the district and external measures. So the classroom measures are consistently higher than district or external. They represent something a little bit different. It's important to keep in mind that the classroom measure actually indicates that ongoing teaching and learning, the opportunities for reteaching and reassessment, the opportunities for extension and enrichment as needed, and all of those scaffolds that many of our students need. This measures what's happening from day to day with good first instruction and reflects the opportunity to support our learners in an ongoing basis. Let's juxtapose that against the district and the external assessments, which are actually singular events in time. That district assessment is intended to measure the curricular learning the kids have been doing up until that point. So it's more of a one-shot deal in that sense. We're checking in to see, are they learning what it is they've been studying, and can they demonstrate that learning? The expectation is that students will be able to show all that they've learned, and sometimes they do, some of them do, but we're looking for more of them to do so. We need them to be able to show that the learning is happening in multiple ways. The school stories that I'm going to share in just a little bit are going to illustrate for you that when certain actions are taken, those district assessment performances move. So there are actions we can take as leaders and as teachers that are really going to help the students internalize that learning. It starts with effective planning and the good first instruction, and it spreads from there. Next slide, please. The previous slide represented the current state, right? That was just that snapshot moment in time. Right now, we're still looking at the same students, but we're looking at those students where they left off at the end of the last school year and where they are right now, from the end of grade 2 to the middle of grade 3, from the end of grade 5 to the middle of grade 6. Dr. Pugh said the last time we were here was in October, and you saw that grade 2, 5, and 8 data at that point. Again, what are we celebrating? That transition from 8th grade to 9th grade is really showing progress. We're seeing more students attaining evidence of learning. And what questions are raised for us? There are fewer students attaining evidence of learning both in grade 3 and grade 6. So when they move from 2 to 3 and they move from 5 to 6, we're seeing a decline, fewer percentage points. In both of these instances, though, it is important to note that there is a significant shift in rigor and complexity of the expected learning when you're moving from that primary learning grade 2 into grade 3, and when you're moving from elementary school to middle school. In fact, the external assessments also change. So the nature and degree of what they have to learn and be able to demonstrate, the bar's raised. Ensuring a seamless, rigorous math journey for each of our students is our goal from pre-K through 12. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a clarifying question? What's the external measure for 9th grade?
What is the external measure for 9th grade? It's a combination of data points. Is it just math at this time of the year? It's the...
Dr. Addison. On track for graduation. Okay, thank you. MAP.
Just math?
Oh, Dr. Addison.
It is on track.
On track for graduation.
And marking period average. Say that in the mic.
It is the on track for graduation and the marking period average. Yes? As measured by credits.
And marking period average.
GPA is what's for the marking.
Okay. I'll save my question. I'll
Okay.
process that while you continue.
No worries, no worries. Sure. Okay, so let's summarize quickly what we saw in the transition data, and then I'm gonna flip to that second data set. I had told you that we wanted to look at the data in two different ways, but in summary, what we just saw is that from 8th grade last year to the middle of 9th grade today, we're seeing some improvement. Overall, students attaining evidence of learning has increased by 15 percentage points. Students receiving special education services attaining evidence of learning increased by 25 percentage points. And emergent multilingual learners attaining evidence of learning increased by 30 percentage points. That transition point from 8th grade to 9th grade is showing progress. For grade 3 and 6 transition data, there is a decline for these students. There's also an overall decrease from the percentage of students attaining evidence of learning when you move from kindergarten to grade 3 to grade 6. Transition from one educational point to another is a critical time to check in with key expectations that students will at least maintain progress. So that's one way to look at the data, looking at the students from where they left off at the end of this year to now. So now I'm going to go to the next slide, please, and talk a little bit about how we're regularly analyzing data in a variety of ways in order to understand where there's student progress and where there's challenges, and how to continue to plan support for schools. So what you're looking at right now is the second view of the data that I mentioned. While the previous data is the same children from the end of one school year to the next, this is a different group of students from one year to the next. So last year's 3rd graders in the middle of the year, compared to this year's 3rd graders in the middle of the year. Last year's 6th graders in the middle of the year, compared to this year's 6th graders. And what we are seeing is that while we still don't have enough students attaining evidence of learning, we have more students attaining evidence of learning than we did a year ago at the check-in point at this point in time. So more 3rd graders, more 6th graders, more 9th graders. So what are we attributing progress to from last year to this year? First off, monitoring. On the part of school administration in particular, because what we find is that when an administrative team sets a priority and holds staff accountable, change happens. That which gets measured gets done. Second, we're developing deep knowledge of content and teaching practices on the part of the teacher in order to deliver rigorous math instruction, good first instruction at the grade level standard. And finally, the ability to analyze student data by leaders and teachers in order to differentiate instruction accordingly, so that you're meeting each of those students where they are so you can move them forward. You're going to hear us share this message over and over. In pre-K through 12 mathematics, we talk about the essential nature of knowing the math and knowing the students. And that comes out in each of the key levers through the professional development that we're building, through the monitoring that's put into place, and then for differentiating the resources, making sure everybody has all the tools that they need. So know the math and know the students. You're going to hear that recur. So when we review evidence of learning for grades 3 and 6 from last year to this year, progress is increasing with more students attaining evidence of learning, both overall and for our service groups. And overall, this tells us that with each year, a greater percentage of students are attaining evidence of learning measures by grade level. Again, not as many as we want yet, but more year after year. Next slide, please. The systems theory of action has 3 key levers, as Dr. McKnight framed in the beginning. In pre-K to 12 mathematics, as you can see on the slide, specific actions are underway that support each of these levers. Examples of how these are playing out will be shared with data and within specific school stories. So you're going to get a chance to see how these play out. Next slide, please. Let's start with Stedwick Elementary first in the Watkins Mill cluster. We're going to look at them through the frame of the key levers of those MCPS theory of action. You're looking on the screen at grade 3 students and their performance on district assessments this year, how they did in marking period 1, and then how they did on the next district assessment marking period 2. If you'll recall, the district assessment is the one that's directly aligned to the curriculum, that is standards-based, and is intended to be predictive of MCAP performance. In just 2 marking periods, Stedwick is making notable progress as a result of focused accountability and a new approach to planning. This new approach is resulting in teachers knowing the math and knowing the students in order to be able to do two things effectively. The more deeply the adults talk about the math first, the easier it is to provision ahead of time as you get ready to plan for instruction. And the more deeply you know the math and the better you know your students' data, the more easily you're going to be able to pivot on the spot in the classroom when a misconception surfaces or a misunderstanding or any of the questions that students are going to raise or that blank look that you see on the child's face on any given day. That ability to adjust and adapt is what's essential for every teacher to have in their toolbox, and they're going to do it when they know the math and they know the students. So let's start with accountability, because this came first at Stedwick. The administrative team of Ms. Galit Zolkauer, principal, and Mr. Jason Snyder, assistant principal. Hi, Mr. Snyder. Established the non-negotiable of the intent of team-managed time, what you typically hear as collaborative planning, okay? And they set the example of participating in professional learning and planning, both with their consistent presence and their active engagement. So they're part of the process with their teams. Stedwick is then building staff capacity by partnering with the elementary math team from the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. Mr. Andrew Bradshaw, the instructional specialist assigned to Stedwick, has worked directly with the instructional leadership and grade 3 teams in order to transform their team-managed or collaborative planning time. So they're using that time differently. First, by leading a planning session to model the curriculum study process. Mr. Bradshaw did it for them and had them engage, and he was the leader. And then he co-led the next session with the school's math leader and team leader, grade 3 team leader. And then finally, the third time around, he just came as an observer and a coach in order to give them feedback after the fact. That gradual release model builds the leader capacity to be able to lead those teachers through that process, and then allows those leaders with their feedback to be able to transfer that learning to the other grade level teams. Building school leadership capacity will allow for the applying of the same learning and expectations for all the other grade levels. And what about differentiated resources? Well, that consistent use of EQUIP, that pre-diagnostic platform that accompanies our elementary math curriculum, will inform differentiated collaboration across math, the Department of English Language and Multilingual Education, Special Education, and the Office of Accelerated and Enriched Instruction. So all of that collaboration can happen when those pre-learning diagnostics are available. The teachers have the data, they know their students, they know the learning that needs to happen, and then they can engage the partner that they need in order to be able to move the learning forward. So in schools where leaders bring the elementary math specialists to the table with grade level teams for job-embedded professional learning, and the transformation away from activity-based planning and coordination to a deep curriculum study, a discussion of the math, the district assessment data reflects that teams and students are making movement. You can see the jumps in our service groups as they went just from one marking period to the next. So you're just hearing the story of Stedwick, but each of my 3 elementary math specialists has schools responding similarly by applying the same expectations and learning, by funding the school year 24 budget that includes increased central staffing for math. This will allow more elementary teams to receive this kind of support simultaneously. We'll be able to be in more places at the same time. So that's Stedwick, and we're going to stay in the Watkins Mill cluster, and we're going to talk about Briggs Cheney Middle School next. Can I have the next slide, please? Oh, I'm sorry, Neillsville Middle School. I have them alphabetical in my head. Neillsville Middle School. Neillsville is what you're going to see is the progress year over year at Neillsville on the screen. The purpose of the district's theory of action is to improve student learning outcomes, right? That's our ultimate goal for all our schools and all our students. And Mrs. Barbara Escobar, principal, is leading to improve those student learning outcomes. At Neillsville, this year's cohort of grade 6 students is outperforming the cohort of 6th graders from last year. The comparison of the blue bars to the black bars on the screen shows you that from one year to the next, what's happening in grade 6. What I want you to take notice of is the progress of our Black or African American students, where they saw an increase from 24% proficiency to 45%. We also see significant progress for all students, emergent multilingual learning students, and Hispanic or Latino students. These data are showing progress with the groups of students that have recently been identified and are called out in the recent anti-racist audit, as well as the Cal report. These are our students in greatest need, and we're seeing progress here. And although special education shows a slight dip from last year, I think it's important to note that this year's rate of proficiency is higher than the district's overall at 22% also. So there's movement there. Neelsville is seeing progress because many aspects of the theory of action are already being adopted and implemented in the building. The math teacher leader has prioritized effective planning practices similar to the elementary level, that conversation about the mathematics, the adults really agreeing on what that standard is and how far the students have to go. The most important practice is for the teachers, again, to deeply know the math and have a good understanding of the curriculum overall and the unit that's coming. And then the teachers have worked to build their capacity by studying the standards and curriculum to anticipate misconceptions, scaffold the lesson, progress monitor, enrich as needed. What's new? The studying process is new. It's different. It's not just a focus on the activity you're going to do or the problem you're going to use as a model, but that you truly understand what the math is expecting from the adult, by the adult, and for the student. So differentiated resources and supports were also mobilized at Neelsville through professional learning that's been co-designed cross-office. Dr. Michael Samuels, the secondary math instructional specialist assigned to Neelsville, and Mr. Brent Cook, Neelsville's secondary specialist from Delmy, worked together to design some effective professional learning that was needed for teachers and students at Neelsville. Dr. Samuels then led the professional learning on instructional strategies for language acquisition and increasing student academic language in order to support the EMLs in the school. The co-creation of the professional learning for EML students and the consistent central support is also new to Neelsville this year, and it's having an impact pretty quickly. The differentiated support for EMLs, the increased capacity of teachers to know the math standards, and the accountability by the math leader to ensure effective planning have led to improved student outcomes, just as the theory of action says it should. The beliefs and behaviors of the Neelsville staff is helping to actualize the meaning of knowing the math and knowing the students. Once again, thank you for your leadership, Mrs. Escobar. Next slide. I don't know where she is. She's here. In a different cluster. Oh, there she is.
We should do all three, yeah.
We will. I knew I saw her. Okay, so now we're going to move across the county to Briggs Cheney. So, did we switch slides? We did. Great. Briggs Cheney is participating in professional learning from Support Ed, and they're elevating student discourse actually across the entire school. So they have a school-wide focus. Dr. Shawan Robinson, doctor, congratulations. Over here. There she is deeply committed to student progress, and she holds her staff accountable accordingly. There's that monitoring again. Take a look at the Algebra 1 data on the screen. There is substantial progress at the aggregate level for Black and African American students and for Hispanic and Latino students. As a reference point for the data, the district percentage for students attaining proficiency in algebra is 55%, just so you have a reference point. The school's commitment to discourse is the driving force behind the data. And the process for actualizing the work parallels the theory of action. Here we go again. Here's the accountability. The administration consistently visits classroom instruction and team planning to ensure their school's focus is being implemented with fidelity and effectiveness. In addition to the visits, administration follows up with teacher feedback for praise and consideration. At Briggs Cheney, building capacity and differentiating resources actually go hand in hand. They're not independent of each other. The SDT collaborates with the individual content leaders in order to differentiate the professional learning they're each receiving by department. So internally, each department is looking at what their student needs are and they're building capacity through those pathways. For the math team in particular, they have focused on providing sentence frames for students to engage in discourse. Let's get some of that math language going. These sentence frames vary from asking clarifying questions that support students to enter into the learning when they don't have an immediate answer, to summarizing the learning of their peers. Because if they don't have their own answer, but they can restate somebody else's, the learning is going to start to internalize. People doing the talking or doing the learning. been saying that to my teachers for years. This allows students to be their authentic selves in the learning environment. When they're able to do something with the language themselves and turn it around, they build ownership. Thank you again, Dr. Robinson, for your leadership at Briggs Cheney.
We got Mr. Boston, the content specialist.
Oh.
Mr. Boston.
And we have our content specialist here too.
Mr. Boston.
Hi, Mr. Boston.
Shout out.
The intent is to build success from the ground up, like you're seeing from Stedwick through Neillsville, right, within the cluster, but also across the county. So you're seeing examples in various geographic areas. And to ensure that as progress is made in these first targeted schools, the learning transfers from implementation from one school to the next at all levels. The timeline for spring into summer is to do a couple of things. First, complete visits at all 40 middle schools to see instruction. That was on that first theory of action slide. And then as the math leader learning is winding down for this school year, to take their input and the data from the planning that we've been supporting and the schools that we've been visiting to inform the professional learning for the summer and the launch into the next school year. So it's like a roller coaster, right? You come down the hill in order to wind up to get yourself going for the next school year. So we want to make sure every teacher knows their math and knows their students, and the better leaders we can build, the better teachers we can build. Our theory of action says that if we differentiate resources and support, build staff capacity, and implement accountability structures, we'll have improved student learning outcomes. And it boils down to this. Getting results requires attendance of teachers and leaders at training. They need to come to their meetings and their trainings. Ongoing direct support to schools by math instructional specialists, and with support of next year's budget, additional coaches, and clear system expectations set by principals, directors, and those supporting the schools directly. While the system data reveals we're not yet at our desired state, many of our schools are growing and achieving in math in a variety of ways. And the expansion of the pre-K-12 mathematics team as outlined in the budget for next year will expedite that process. The more coaching and support that's available to our teachers, the better they'll know the math, the better they'll know the students, and the faster you'll see progress with greater increases across evidence of learning. Thank you, Dr. McKnight and members of the board, for giving me the opportunity to make this visible to you and to share with you the stories of Stedwick, Neillsville, and Briggs Cheney. And one more time, I just want to thank our school-based leaders who are here.
And our director.
And our director.
We're supportive and to shout them out later.
You're going to shout them out later? Yeah. Okay, good. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mrs. Jackie Lightsey, Supervisor for Secondary English Language Arts and Literacy, who's going to speak to you about elementary and secondary English Language Arts.
Before you start.
Let me just jump in here for a quick second, and that was excellent. Thank you so much. I think it gives folks a very strong picture of what's happening. But I want to just do a little bit of a segue here. And first, I want to speak to why did we show you these three schools? They're looking at different things through a different lens. And I also want to elevate the priority that we're setting around mathematics. I know that's a priority for the board, so the literacy presentation is going to look a little bit different. We have been strategic also of embedding the theory of action, and you've heard that consistently as we move through this, and it's going to be embedded especially into the budget items, which will be providing you some more detail. I know board members wanted to break down specifically with schools and how that broke down by ethnicity and service group. That was included in your materials. I also know board members wanted specific timelines on some of the actions. That information is going to be forthcoming. We're still in the process of developing that. The third point that I want to raise, and I know we've got members from the OSSWB here who work with schools and principals. Many of the things that you're hearing that we're talking about today are specific. The directors and the associates are working very closely with Dr. Pugh's team, going into schools. They have visited already twice this year, cycling through. You'll see this play out a little bit later this spring with the school improvement plan. So I know specifically Dr. Joftis used to always talk about coherence. He always used to talk about what's happening, what are these folks doing. You're seeing this begin to integrate and come together. Finally, I just want to give you a snapshot And I know we look at these different accountability measures. We've got the STAR system, obviously, at the state level. But this system that we have here is much more rigorous, and so it sets some different things up. But 18 of our schools across the entire district showed progress overall at both the literacy and the mathematics level. We'll get you some more information to break down what that looks like by level and what may have shown specific growth in math or progress in math and also in literacy. But I kind of wanted to interject. The team has done a great job with the work and the detail, spending the time on it, and I also appreciate the board's involvement. The board was very instrumental in making sure that we had a very tight and representative presentation of what is happening in our schools. So we'll segue back to you, Dr. Pugh.
Jackie Lightsey. Next slide, please.
Yes.
I can see that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Murphy, and thank you, Ms. Berlinger. And yes, if we could go to the next slide, please. And the following slide would be great. Thank you. So good evening, President Silvestri, Dr. McKnight, and members of the board. As Ms. Berlinger shared, I'm Jackie Lightsey. I'm the supervisor for secondary ELA and literacy, but I will be sharing on behalf of the entire pre-K-12 literacy team. So parallel to what you heard with regard to the math data, and I think you'll notice a lot of parallels here in what I'm going to share, the data presented on this slide represents our current student performance, so representing that midway point in this school year, which is a transition year for all of the students represented in this data. As you heard with the math data, our classroom measures tend to be higher than our district or external measures. And that's because the classroom measure reflects that day-to-day instruction. And what we expect with Good First Instruction, as you heard already, includes reteaching, reassessment, scaffolding, meeting students where they are. And so the success on the classroom measure really shows us that teachers are doing that work and that students are being successful on their formative assessments in their classrooms, which should be happening on a very frequent basis, multiple times per week. And so that classroom measure is something certainly we want to elevate. We also want to celebrate our students in grades 3, 6, and 9 who are showing success overall in the classroom measure that I mentioned, but also 92% of our grade 6 students are meeting evidence of learning attainment on that classroom measure. Our grade 9 students are meeting evidence of learning attainment at high rates on their classroom and external measures, and therefore on literacy overall. And as you can see, our grade 9 students receiving services, while they are performing at lower rates than students not receiving services, are showing a higher level of success as they're transitioning from middle to high school. We do, of course, have some concerns here that we would like to elevate. And we agree that for literacy, there is still far too much red, particularly for our students across all 3 measures in the 3 service groups. Our district assessment performance for kindergarten and grade 3 are also areas of need. And again, those are those static 1 point in time assessments, but they are still assessments on which we expect our students to be successful. And lastly, our district assessment performance in grade 9 is an area of concern. This data point actually gives us some really concrete next steps that we need to take with regard to the implementation of those district assessments. And that really begins with a conversation with us and our district literacy leaders around how those assessments are intended to be used to backward plan and also inform reteaching of key skills. So that's something that is an ongoing component of our work. Next slide, please. So whereas the previous slide represented our current state, this slide, as Ms. Berlinger really clearly explained, shows that comparison between the end of last school year to now midway through this current school year. So here we also see a few things to celebrate. We saw improvement overall for our current 9th grade students when compared to last year's end of year data. Our grade 9 students receiving special education services and our emergent multilingual learners also saw significant progress. So for example, as you can see there, the percentage of students receiving special education services who met evidence of learning attainment increased from 48.7% to 60.2%. We do have some areas of concern. We saw declines for students in the 3 service groups moving from 2nd to 3rd grade and from 5th to 6th grade. And again, it's important to acknowledge that the transition from 2nd to 3rd grade and 5th to 6th grade are critical areas to monitor because the expectations and especially the foundations of learning to read change. They change significantly from early literacy to intermediate literacy, and they also shift quite a great deal from 5th to 6th grade. And in both those cases, we see a tremendous shift in learning to read to reading to learn. So that's important context. And lastly, want to highlight that we are seeing results, which is not evident necessarily in this level of detail on the slide, but on our K-2 external measures, the dynamic indicator of basic early literacy assessment, the DIBELS assessment. So a higher percentage of students are performing at or above benchmark in the winter DIBELS assessment than they did in the fall. And our service groups also demonstrated the gain in that percentage of students performing at or above benchmark. Our emergent multilingual students actually showed the highest increase from fall to winter of the students in our service groups. This is our first year using the DIBELS assessment, and this change was made, just to give some context, in order to provide teachers with some specific early literacy data that can be used to help understand student literacy development in general, but also to help teachers really see students' areas of need to inform that instruction. And an important component of DIBELS is that it also has a progress monitoring piece embedded. And so that allows teachers to not only look at that static data point, but also to assess progress on an ongoing basis so they can constantly be matching their instruction to where students are in the current moment. Next slide, please. So to summarize, students in our 3 service groups in kindergarten and grade 3 are performing at lower levels than students who are not in the service groups. We are, however, seeing progress in that DIBELS assessment for K through 2 overall. In grades 6 and 9, we did not see dramatic shifts in either grade level, and we saw a slight decline in grade 6, but a slight increase in grade 9. And lastly, as students in our grade 6 service groups showed some declines from the end of last year, while students in grade 9 showed progress in those service groups. We should again keep in mind that the purpose of transition data is to check how students are doing during that difficult transition. So in addition to the instructional and environmental changes that we talked about, there are also shifts in the literacy assessments as you move from from level to level. And so what we look to see is for that data to be steady, not necessarily to increase, but to be steady. And we know that those transitions are even more challenging for our students who need additional support. So with that context, we do really want to underscore that the increases that we saw for our grade 9 service groups are significant. That tells us that our students are having a more successful transition from middle to high as they move toward our ultimate goal, which is college and career readiness. Next slide, please. So now we will consider how our students are doing right now, transition data, as compared to last year's students in that grade level. So this year's 6th graders compared to last year's 6th graders and so on. So we see a number of reasons to celebrate this data. First, our grade 3 students do show a slight decrease here overall, but we do want to share that they increased in their performance on the district measure, which we know tends to be one of the more challenging measures. Students in both 6th and 9th grade showed progress overall, and we particularly want to highlight grade 6 with an almost 10 percentage point increase. Students in grades 6 and 9 also showed significant progress for emergent multilingual learners. And in fact, all 3 service groups in this year's grade 6 cohort demonstrated higher performance levels than last year's 6th grade cohort. We'd also like to elevate that embedded within this data, and again, you don't see this level of detail on this particular slide, but we noted that our Black or African American students in grade 6 showed significant progress. Black or African American students receiving FARMS increased by 7 percentage points, and Black or African American students not receiving FARMS by 9 percentage points. Hispanic or Latino students receiving FARMS and those not receiving FARMS also increased significantly by 13 and 14 percentage points respectively. So when we think about these areas of celebration, while we know we still have a lot of work to do, we really want to understand what has led to those increases that we see so that we can continue that work. So one way that we attribute these celebrations is that our approach to literacy is aligned pre-K to 12. So at all levels, we have focused on that grade level, affirming, engaging instruction that's aligned to standards. And we have had a particular focus on those foundational skills in grades K to 2. We have also, pre-K through 12, focused professional learning on delivering effective reading instruction that's aligned to the science of reading. Professional learning on analyzing data to inform instructional decisions. That's something that we're always working with teachers to build their capacity around. implementing culturally responsive practices, and effectively co-planning and co-teaching to meet the needs of emergent multilingual learners and also students receiving special education services. So we've seen that schools experience high rates of success when they consistently apply their takeaways from professional learning and they implement the curriculum with that data-informed lens. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for our elementary students, although we continue to recognize the urgency in moving the data, we also know that the change process does take some time to move from new learning to trying new strategies to really seeing those results and mastering those strategies as well. So our goal right now in pre-K through 12 is to see a change in teacher practice. And that change in teacher practice has to be as a result of that ongoing professional learning, our support to schools, increased accountability, and that enhanced focus on early literacy for this school year. So there has to be a focus on ensuring that teacher practice aligns with the research and the student academic results will follow. So with that in mind, we've identified the following action steps that are aligned to the 3 key levers of the MCPS theory of action. With regard to differentiating resources and support, we are varying the levels of intensity of our coaching, our school-based coaching, to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the schools with an elevated focus on the needs of service groups. We're also conducting data analysis discussions at the district level that will inform instructional coaching and also particularly focusing on what we are doing to support our emergent multilingual learners and students receiving special education services. For the key lever of building staff capacity, we're elevating that professional learning for teachers and leaders, focusing on foundational skills in K-2. We've said this a few times, but it's incredibly important because we simply know that literacy isn't possible without those foundational skills. We're also collaborating with the Department of English Language and Multilingual Education to identify and implement specific reading strategies that support emergent multilingual learners. We're also continuing our learning on the science of reading research, and particularly with leaders around all stages of literacy development. And this is so that our leaders are positioned to support teachers in making sure that their instruction aligns with the science and all 5 components of reading are taught every day. At the secondary level, we're also scaling up our work around literacy across content areas. So we've been providing some professional learning and support to school leaders around what an effective school-wide literacy model looks like and providing some support that is backed by research. So for example, what this might look like is that your science and your social studies teacher are using evidence-based literacy strategies within the context of their curriculum, and they're using the same language when it comes to how we break down a complex text. So it's our goal that next school year, all of our secondary schools will have a school-wide literacy model in place if they are not already implementing one. And the practices that we have been providing learning around may complement an existing school-wide literacy model or be something that the school endeavors to implement for next year as their school-wide literacy model. So we have our 6 pilot schools I've shared previously that are implementing the PACT practices, which are promoting adolescents' comprehension of text. And we see some really promising results from those 6 pilot schools so far. And they're also teaching us a great deal about how to make those school-wide literacy models not only effective, but also sustainable. So we've had a really rich experience with the 6 schools implementing those practices. We're also continuing our ongoing professional learning around what grade level instruction that is anti-racist and anti-bias looks like, and that includes support to PLCs as well as co-teaching pairs for supporting students with special education services and multilingual learners. We have also provided some extensive professional learning about the difference between providing supports to access grade level content and providing modifications that actually lower the learning goal. And it's really important to help teachers see this distinction because often what happens is teachers are trying to give access to that grade level work but end up denying students the opportunity to persevere through challenging content, which is what allows them to learn. So this work is essential in shifting mindsets to that asset-based approach that reflects high expectations for all students. And the bottom line with this is that students have to have effective grade level aligned instruction before they're going to be successful on the district measure and the external measure that are also aligned to those standards. Around the key lever of accountability, we are visiting classrooms and professional learning communities pre-K through 12 to provide coaching and inform our ongoing professional learning and see how it's being applied. We're also observing classrooms in grades K through 2 in 34 schools, and those are scheduled to be completed, I believe, on Thursday of this week. And so all of these steps are really important to seeing movement in the data. To echo what Ms. Berlinger said earlier, is that getting these results really requires that ongoing involvement of teachers in professional learning, speaking to that building staff capacity. It requires us, as the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, to go out and provide that direct support to schools. And also, we need to support our school leaders so that they can effectively then in turn support and monitor the implementation of curriculum. And again, that speaks to that lever of accountability structures. So all of this work will be done through the larger lens and the explicit lens of an anti-racist, anti-bias approach to instruction and instructional leadership to ensure that all of our students are welcomed and affirmed in the classroom. And we are confident that we will see this progress in our student data and see those persistent gaps narrow if we not only provide that high quality learning and guidance to schools, but also the structures to support teachers in implementing that guidance. So I'll now turn it back over to Dr. Logan to summarize our next steps.
Thank you, Jackie. So just very quickly, in summary, I want to bring, if we go to the next slide. Thank you. Bring us back to the key levers in our theory of action. So strategy to ensure that we're differentiating resources and supports. You heard our supervisors talk about the close collaboration across offices to be able to meet the specific learning needs and allocate resources based on those needs. And so that work will definitely continue. It's done in as Dr. Murphy really teed it up for me, in close collaboration with our colleagues in the Office of School Support and Wellbeing. And so we do have Christoph Turk, who is the director who supervises the Watkins Mill cluster. He works with Stedwick and with Neelsville. Want to recognize him, give him a shout out, as well as Donna Redmond Jones, who works with Briggs Cheney. So thank them for their work, and it's been really great for us, as well as members from the English Language Development and Special Education teams. As directors have been out in schools, Dr. Murphy alluded to this, over the past few months, engaging in leadership discussions based on data. They're looking at the same questions across all of our schools. We all have been accompanying them. The discussions have been incredibly enriching. They've been really helpful in informing our work and really assessing what's the impact that we're having, and really assessing what more could we be doing to support those schools. So that partnership is really important. You also heard Ms. Berlinger talking about the movement we see in data when our school leaders have those established structures to support excellent first instruction, and when there's ongoing coaching that's happening both at the school, job embedded, and by central services coming in to reinforce that and also support. Job embedded coaching is one of the ways we build staff capacity. That was a theme from today as well. And although providing professional learning and coaching are not new, the way in which we approach the work is always being refined. And you heard some of those new ways mentioned today, including how we teach reading through the lens of structured literacy, and how we use that science of reading research. You heard us talking about the importance of deeply knowing the mathematics and how our professional learning has been tailored to ensure that our students are having access to those grade level standards. And of course, you heard Ms. Lightsey talking about the importance of developing school-wide literacy structures. So as students go from social studies to science, those strategies are being reinforced to really support our EMLs and our students who receive special education services in particular. So finally, I wanted to share some specific timelines. Our supervisors did mention some of them, but I want to reinforce a few things for you today. And we will provide some more details. But I talked already about the visits that we've been doing with the Office of School Support and Wellbeing. Those visits are happening right now. They'll actually be wrapping up in the next several weeks. And so we've really enjoyed doing that. A new process that we've implemented is to ensure that once those visits are completed, we come back together as cross-office teams and we talk about what were the patterns and trends that we've seen and heard from our schools. Where is it leading us as far as our next steps with support? That will be happening by the end of April. And so we're really going to be able to have a very clear picture of the next steps needed to help our schools get ready for planning going into the summer. Our timeline regarding the 40 middle schools that we're visiting, which has been incredibly exciting to be able to go in with a very specific lens based on the look-fors that we've been working with our leaders in our schools on, and see instruction happening in action. Those are happening right now. I had the opportunity to be at Westland Middle School this morning, and we're having great discussions with our teachers and with our leaders through that process. So we'll be wrapping up those visits by the beginning of May to be able to get to all of our schools and do that. That data is going to absolutely inform where we go with professional learning this summer. And that planning for professional learning is happening now. Not only are we planning for the institute that we talked about, which is going to be happening this summer, June, July, August, all the professional learning happening with literacy and mathematics. Also want to elevate professional learning happening at the elementary level. Based on the recommendations from our CAL report, all of our elementary leadership teams are going to be engaging in professional learning around supporting EMLs. And what does that look like for the leaders? How are they planning to do that and implement some of the recommendations from the CAL report? So that planning is ongoing. We'll be doing professional learning pretty much all throughout the summer. Summer is a very busy time for us moving forward. So again, these are all accountability structures, and there are clear messages in the professional learning that we deliver, namely the non-negotiables for literacy and mathematics, and some of those were elevated today, but I want to close out with those for you today. Teachers must deliver standards-aligned grade-level instruction that is data-driven. We're working with our leaders on really looking at multiple measures of data within their schools to see what is the story that's being communicated through the data, and how are you using the story that you see to be able to implement change within your building. Data is an integral part of how we meet the specific learning needs of our students, specifically our students who are Black or African American, Hispanic, Latino, or students who are receiving emergent multilingual and or special education services. I call those out because it's really important that we're very specific in that those are the groups that we really are trying to move the needle for specifically. And with all of the great work that was outlined today, we are confident that we'll be able to do so. So thank you so much for the time to really outline our work. I'm now going to turn things over to Dr. Pugh, who's here on behalf of Amy Beal, to talk about community schools, which is another structure which we use about differentiating resources.
Thank you. Next slide, please. I'll do my very best. I am definitely not Amy in her depth of knowledge, but next slide, please. In our community schools, which are relatively new for Maryland, it is a requirement that schools act as the liaison to provide wraparound services for students and families in identified schools. And when it first began with the blueprint, there were, we called them baby blueprint grants that came out for specific focus areas. There was funding that came for community schools, and it included setting up nursing and a liaison at the school building. So having a community school counselor and or nursing services. It started with those schools that began at 85% poverty, and the way that the bill is rolled out over the next several years, those services are to be extended, hopefully, and the money stays there, all the way to those schools who are at 55%. So this was new, a new initiative for public schools in how do we try to be the place where we're connecting all of the service providers to children. And what should that look like? Next slide, please. So there are 4 pillars of a functional community school. There's been a lot of research done on this, and these are the 4 areas that are impacted by the community school process. And really it begins with what's unique about it is the school is already identified as in need, and then the school itself does their own survey. They do their own analysis of each of those areas in the 4 pillars to determine where it is that their school needs supports and what their school faculty, staff, students, and parents are interested in terms of these wraparound services, which can include things like the extended learning time. It can also include transportation, availability to get to school, if you wanted to do Saturday school. It also, under the academic piece, includes enrichment opportunities, field trips, and things that are going to extend the learning for students. So it's interesting to note that Montgomery County has 26 schools that have at least 1 year of support through the wraparound services. Next slide, please. So what does the data say? It's really interesting. This truly is baseline data because community schools started in January 2019. We all know what happened that year. They were not fully implemented really again until this school year. So the data you're seeing here is what these schools will use in specifically as their baseline data. And now that community schools actually have plans and are meeting all 4 pillars, they do expect growth in the years to come, particularly in 2 or more years, as the children and families that they're working with right now have barriers reduced, right? So this is sort of, we need to take care of the community, we need to take care of our students and their needs, be they dental, be they medical, be they transportation or connection to services for our families based on what our families tell us. And so each school will look a little different. That connection and correlation to how does that impact academics in math and literacy, we believe it will help, but we also know that it's the right thing to do for our families. So community schools does have the potential to convert the current cycle of disadvantage between health and education in these communities to a more virtuous circle of advantaging the communities and creating more opportunities and more level playing fields for those students and families. The 2020 RAND report had positive impact on student attendance. So that is a measure that we can see. And we know that if students attend, they are going to do better in math and literacy. So positive impact on student attendance for students in all grades across all 3 years of the study. Additionally, a reduction in disciplinary incidences for elementary and middle school students, not yet for high school. But it really does take that community effort together, and we believe that in connection with additional resources and the focus on math and literacy strategies through the theory of action, that we will see continued improvement for our students and their families. So with that, this concludes our presentation, and I'll now turn it back to President Silvestri for discussion.
Thank you so much. I'll ask my colleagues if they have questions to please turn their light on. Ms. Wolf.
Thank you for a very detailed presentation. Just a couple of questions. You said that you were observing K through 2 classrooms to evaluate implementation of structured literacy, and you're wrapping that up by Thursday, so that means you don't have a report yet on how well it's going.
That's correct, and that will be something that we'll be bringing forward to the board once that's wrapped up.
I'm just wondering, and I hope I'm saying this correctly, so maybe you could tell me if I'm not. Okay, if you look at these grade 3 literacy, I'm on page 9 of my handout. I'm just wondering, are you able to pull out of that grade 3 group those that were in structured literacy last year? And so I could tell whether they made progress specifically, and additionally, are you able then to break that down by race? Okay, I'd like to get that when you finish wrapping up all of your
Absolutely, yes, we can do that for you.
Thank you. I think that's the only question that I really had about it. Just one other thing that I've always wondered about. On the math data for grade 3, and probably 6 too, doesn't that reflect how well they can read? Because the math becomes quite complicated. Well, it's not complicated for us, but at 3rd grade, there is a big transition in being able to read word problems. I know you said that we're working on the sort of whole school approach. Are we working on that aspect?
We are, and actually, this has been an ongoing, whether our students come to us as emergent multilingual learners or they're monolinguistic, they're coming in only speaking English, they're all actually developing language. And so all aspects of preparing to teach math at the elementary level have considerations in the planning guides that we use with teachers that speak to unpacking the language demands at the same time as unpacking the mathematics demands. So the teachers are actually having explicit conversations about what the language demand is going to be in order to use tools to help them along with that. Because you're right, there is a greater density of language in the math products as the students get older, and it will have an impact. And so that's why this parallel conversation is going on at the same time. It's happening every time they sit down to plan, is that they need to talk about the mathematics and they need to talk about the language at the same time.
Okay, my last question is actually a data request, I think. You mentioned that 18 schools showed progress in literacy and math. I'm just curious as to whether those 18 schools implemented structured literacy and whether or not, and I know I requested a breakdown by race for every school, but I'm particularly interested in these 18 schools broken down by race. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be happy to get that looking at that and matching what we saw in our visits to this, to the breakdown of race and ethnicity. I think there's also, I failed to mention, there's also a memo that will be coming back to you. There'll be a press release following tonight at some point that has in it the racial breakdowns by grade for each of the assessments, for evidence of learning in total.
Thank you. I'm just, right now, the 18 schools and particularly this, I'm sorry, Jill.
So I think maybe just follow these. This is by race, service group, and farm and non-farm.
Now, I want this, but I want the schools overlaid with it and the breakdown.
But schools
Because-
and the subcategory, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Keisha's got it.
No other questions from colleagues? Mrs. Evans.
Well, I will just say this was excellent, to the point where, so for me, I don't have any questions, but I do feel like there are some things that I should ask so that the community could get a clear understanding, because there was so, like, you went through so much information, and some of it I wanted to say, can you repeat that again so people can hear? So I'll just say this, I appreciated hearing about what we're doing around math, how you talked about there's someone going in and coaching, then co-leading, co-teaching, and then kind of sitting back and taking a look. I went back to, Dr. Pugh mentioned that you were last here October 25th. Then the very next day, there was the ANS meeting. So was the ANS meeting to specifically talk about this data and how we wanted to start having leaders in the building look at the information, or were we already talking about that before? So I'm asking, so my question is getting kind of convoluted. So I know that we're always discussing the data and we're always having them look at it, but was there some intentionality behind what we knew we wanted to do going forward to having the discussion at the board table on the 25th and then at ANS the very next day? I thought that was the ANS meeting where we had everybody bring all their data, and Dr. McKnight talked about the non-negotiables. And so from that point until now, we're getting this data, because that's like, wow, everybody went back and went to work, and I don't really think people really realize how much everyone in the building is really doing. In addition to, you mentioned the directors and everyone going to the schools, and that doesn't even take into consideration when they're going to the SIT meetings and having those conversations with the instructional specialists and taking that deep dive. So you can answer that, and then or if that was a question at all.
Just a confirmation,
Yeah.
Ms. Evans, that yes, it's absolutely intentional for us. The work that we're doing in ANS, we're all a part of the planning for that. And so it's intentional to ask our leaders to let's all take a break and have a very structured, specific way that we're looking at multiple measures of data with the expectation that that is ongoing. We're going to help you to know what measures you should be looking at and the questions you should be asking when you're meeting with your leaders and you're analyzing that. And so we then echo that when we go to the schools and we visit. It's all very intentional. So thank you for elevating that.
And then the community hears us talk about having a check-in twice a year, but actually the monitoring, like you said, is ongoing, right? Because before you come back to us, you want to make sure that before you get to that checkpoint, that there's nothing that's going to take you off course. And if so, what that might look like is that. So for somebody who doesn't know, can you just kind of give an example of like what might, like an example of the monitoring and what that looks like? I don't know if that takes place at a sit meeting, but you have everybody there talking about the data, the information, how best to support or help. Is there a good way to show people or give people a glimpse as to what the work looks like during that monitoring process?
Yeah, I'm going to bring Chris Turk down because he is very, very familiar with the work that's going on in this school. I'll just say for myself, this is mutual learning, I think, in a lot of ways, specifically for me, but as we're going out, I was invited to Briggs Cheney to come before she even knew we were highlighting anything about the school. And actually the school had been selected and identified prior to that. And on the day that I was there with a checklist to actually see and observe those sentence starters in mathematics or in music or in, I was in social studies, and then to give feedback to the teacher on what we saw, what we didn't see. So I think it's two ways. You know, the schools are creating their unique plans for their school based on where their school is. We're being invited in to give feedback based on tools that they've used. And then it's also, we're going into schools using, and I'll let Christoph talk about how we're using the questions that are based around when data are available.
Right. Dr. Murphy, did you want to jump in before that? Or
Sure,
your light on?
Ms. Evans, you made note of, the wealth of information you received tonight. In the press release that's coming out, we're going to give it to you in some small dosages and also so the community can kind of wrap their minds around it. So that's going to be forthcoming probably tomorrow morning.
Okay. Yes, so I get it and I got it, but I want to make sure that they get it too.
Right.
We got our budget out there. We want it to be fully funded so that we can get these coaches. But I want people to see that there's work that's being done to help our students along, and you all are doing the work and trying to move us along. I just wanted people to get an idea of what that looked like, if we can.
Good evening, esteemed board members and Dr. McKnight. It's a pleasure to be here. This is a new system that we've enhanced this year. We've done it twice. So a typical school improvement review meeting will include, so we will be there from OSSWB, so directors and associates, our partners from OSIP, so you may see a math specialist, a literacy specialist, the literacy supervisor, the math supervisor. We also collaborate with other offices across our county, so you might see OSE representation. There may be representation to support the work of our PPWs. So when we go to the meetings, the core team is usually there. So you have the principal, assistant principal. At the elementary level, you'll see a reading specialist, staff development teacher is at every meeting at every level. And the school improvement plan is the central organizing plan to drive the improvement work at the school. So we're going to review the goals, mathematic goals, literacy goals. We're going to look at the outcomes the school is striving to make. Then we're going to review the strategies and the infrastructure that the school has designed to move the work forward. So everything from how their instructional leadership team is operating to the way they're rounding classrooms to the kind of timely feedback that teachers are receiving to the state of professional development. We're going to discuss those strategies in relationship to the academic achievement performance across the school population, and it's disaggregated by race and special services. That is part of our review includes a standard set of questions that every director and associate sends to school teams in advance to make sure that we are consistent in our approach, and our discussion remains very intentional about, what is working, right? So what success has the school achieved as a result of the leadership, and what recommendations do we have? And every meeting will identify room for improvement, and then we'll literally at the table, crosswalk our support. So, just recently I was at a school improvement review with Malika from our literacy office, and as we were discussing potential enhancements, we discussed it at the table, and then we establish those next steps. And we really look to collaborate with the school about how do we continue to accelerate your work forward to make sure that all students are succeeding and thriving, and really leverage our resources. And to this discussion this evening, be intentional about where we're differentiating as needed. And then we follow up, right? So we will follow up with visits and supports to make sure that we're doing this work together and that the school has everything that they need to succeed. And then we just have recently, as we've discussed here this evening, we've been on a stretch of visits, throughout the last month, and we're really towards the end of wrapping those up. And then all of that data will be used to help inform our organizational approach to leader learning for principals and their teams. So that's kind of the typical meeting. That's a gist.
I've said on plenty, I wanted our community to hear that, and the meetings are monthly, correct?
The school, what we will visit as directors and associates, but those meetings are.
Not you, but the school is having a meeting on a monthly basis.
Oh yeah, yes. The school is meeting frequently about their SIP and their
team.
Yes, yes. That's a common meeting point.
I shouldn't ask it like I don't know. I do know. I was just
Yeah.
I was coaching you into saying it for the community so they can hear that, so that
Yes.
they can know that there's ongoing work that's happening, and the meeting is a couple of hours, right?
Yes.
Yes. Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a quick follow-up, but what is new about that process? You said there were some new aspects of it.
Yeah, I think one thing. So just even recently, like in our first slate of visits, we scheduled them for, as a team, we were looking for about 60 minutes, and so we. In this most recent set of visits, we extended that by 30 minutes to ensure that there was more time to really debrief and marinate around the feedback that was provided and the next steps that we need to take. And I think these practices. It's not that they haven't had tradition here in the county. It's that, with COVID and returning to school, it was really reinvigorating the sort of the way in which all our offices could collaborate to provide direct support to a school as a result of their school improvement work.
I think the other critical element that we did in relationship to all this work was those teams then came back and we looked across the district as a whole and we said, what's working, what's not working, and where do we need to make improvements? And coupled with that, one of the conversations I've been having is, okay, that needs to be either strengthened or improved. What resources do we need to take and deploy to those schools, whether those be human resources, personnel, or they be instructional materials or whatever, to address whatever those needs are. So we've taken kind of a more of a holistic view and kind of looked across the district, and they've been able to also learn from each other or see things that are being successful and then transfer them to other areas of the district.
That was perfect. Ms. Berlinger had mentioned that. You said that you come back, you look at everything, and then you create the professional development from that, and then they come into the fall with all of that knowledge and information, right? So that was really great. And then just one last thing around the literacy. So when you all presented, you talked about what's happening in the classroom and how the learning should be aligned to the instruction, and that the district assessment, that's like a one-time occurrence. And then I just wanted our community to know and see, because you pointed it out, but I don't know if everybody caught it, about from second to third grade, that there's a couple things. So the red is there, right? And so my question is, or my thinking is, so in the classroom, they're doing really well, the district, not so well, and then external, better than the district, right? And some of what was said was that there's reteaching that's happening that is not accounted for in that red area, and also that from second to third grade, that for the assessments, we're reading to the students. Am I getting that right? How does assessment go? Talk about that.
Yeah, Ms. Whitesy, but I think what you're trying to pull out is in second grade, they're learning to read, and in third grade, they're reading to learn. And so the text complexity increases as students progress.
Yes.
And the way the math assessment is given, right? And so in math, in second grade, some of the items are read to the students versus in third grade, then they have to read them.
So that'll translate on our tests. And I don't think, well, I would say for me as a parent, prior to being on the board, that's not what I would be thinking about, right? I'm just thinking, oh, the kids they're not doing well, what's going on, what's not happening in the classrooms. I just think it's really great to point that out for our community to really understand and know that as well. So thank you. So that's all from me. I'll let my other colleagues ask questions.
Yeah, I will keep it very brief because I had some questions, but I know we're all tired. So just first of all, thank you for the deeply substantive, collaborative, and systematic work here. I think that is how we are going to make the changes that we need to make and see the results that we need to see to make sure that every one of our students is learning what we want them to learn and what they need to learn to be successful moving forward. So I do appreciate that. And I would just suggest, we can all look at this and anticipate the questions people will have. And I think Ms. Evans just highlighted some of that. So I would just suggest, and also looking at the questions around the budget and the tight straits that we're in, especially when it comes to our operating budget, that in the press release, we really focus on the questions we can anticipate people will have when they see this, but also very clearly, so when people ask us, what are you doing about all this red? We can say very directly, these are the things we're doing. This is what we're doing now that we weren't doing before. That is, I think, the thing that people want to hear and know and understand as they are looking at our student performance data, the big budget that we're asking for, and how are those two things, how is this one going to support and improve this one? And so that's just my suggestion for the press release, is that we really, really focus on those, what are we doing differently? Because I think we're doing a lot differently, but we want to make sure people understand that. And I do look forward to seeing the bigger, deeper data point that's showing how all of our schools are doing. And so we can really, as I think it sounds like you're doing, identify what's working, what's not working, and how you really scale up those best practices. So I really do appreciate the work. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just to respond to that, the press release will have the summary of the data that was shared here tonight, and it'll give the very specific next steps. In addition, we'll have for you the theory of action summary, the differentiated supports that were created, what those actions are, and a timeline, so that you'll have a one-pager.
That will be in the press release, you said?
Board members will have a one-pager. This will be the press release.
Ms. Yang.
Yes, to add on Ms. Harris' comment, and you addressed some, I think the timeline is what community is very interested in knowing, because we have this monitor data, this monitor tool for a few years now. Okay, so the data has always shifted. The red, yellow, green shift different places at different years. So what are we doing differently, and what time are we getting things done are really what people are interested in. And I just want to point out that looking at the 3 school examples, it really shows the collaboration between the instructional leadership from our in-school principals and the collaboration with our content specialists. That's what's driving the change, the humongous change that we see demonstrated by these 3 schools. So I'm very optimistic about if our FY 24 budget, as we adding in additional specialists, coaches position, that we can really make a difference in our math performance. So we want that budget to be funded so that we can continue with this work. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf.
I just have one quick question. When the state identifies the low-performing schools, what's the plan to address that? I mean, is it going to be more than we're doing, or what I heard you say that you're doing right now? I mean, should it look differently?
I think it has to look differently. There's a specific portion of school improvement planning and accountability that you're required to do with the schools. The state does require things in those that are CSI, Comprehensive School of Improvement, but we also would recommend that we use those same processes with TSI schools to be able to help get them out of that, where they are faster. You know, and the state using identification from last year's data, I mean, to me, I just didn't feel fair. I don't know about fair and the state, but we were just coming back from a pandemic and we had attendance issues. We were still doing quarantining. We were still doing long-term subbing. We were still having staff out and students out, and it just was not a normal year. And yet they used it as a year to evaluate schools and determine who was going to be selected and identified as a TSI school, I guess, based on the rules. So I think for us, that would be another school that would have targeted support, but also would probably have more structures in terms of reporting out and accountability for that.
Yeah, well, I was hoping that I could, and you may not have thought about it just yet, so you could just say so, get an idea for the public about what that's going to look like, because a lot of them are schools that are heavily minority.
I think we should have more conversation about that, because I'm not familiar with the current processes that we're using to monitor. I am familiar with what we're required to monitor in it, but the bottom line is that theory of action doesn't change. We still need more resources there, right? More building of capacity there, and probably more supports in the community.
I'd like to discuss that further at some point. Thank you.
Now, you will note I haven't had a chance to ask any questions yet. So bear with me. I know we're tired, but this is an important topic. And a lot of you have covered a lot of the questions. I just want to make sure that I understand. So one of the questions that I had was about the monitoring. Dr. Murphy, you've described kind of a war room situation in your office, but you have a lot of schools, right? So right now you are midway through the year, and you have schools that you have X number of schools that have made progress and a lot more schools that have not made progress. So how do you organize yourself for the next few months that we have left to be able to say, okay, you described the school improvement plan, but there's schools that are deep in the red, a little less in the red. So how do you organize yourselves to monitor in such a huge system? It's really mind-boggling to me. If you could just put it in layman's terms for a 8:30 at night conversation, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I will say scaling is the issue. Scaling and implementation is the issue with anything. What we're finding is the clearer we are in communicating what the expectations are to people in a non-threatening way and following up on them with support, that's an approach that's going to work. But we have ourselves grown into that model, right? After October 25th, and then we came together in A&S, the first round of visits were done just by associates and directors. And so we had given them, and one of them thankfully picked it up and ran with it, we had given them when the data were available, right? And they took when the data were available and planned out the 4 questions they wanted to ask. So they went out to their first round, and then they came back and said, our people need help on curriculum. They are, need help on curriculum. So we got involved and started looking at it and saying, well, here are the reasons why someone might be needing in curriculum support. It could be based on an understanding of the standards themselves, right? But that's not every teacher in a particular school, but that could be some of the reason for some of the teachers. If you just started in the beginning before pandemic and you've only had, 2 years of teaching online and then 1 year with students in front of you, you may need more help in actually understanding the standards because you haven't had that collaborative planning benefit. And so for the benefit of everyone, I would like to say it's a grand plan design, but we are still coming together on what that accountability looks like. Even last meeting, Monday, I was sick, but my understanding is the other part of my team, special education, was present and saying, we need to be part of these conversations too. So that group that will be visiting schools, it will grow, including Delmy, it'll include special ed, it'll include math and literacy, and we have other content areas too. So the support is evolving, scaling, I think, through this process of being in schools and hearing what they have to say, and us figuring out what does this look like for improvement, beginning with a fresh start of here's the process that we can lay out in front of everyone for next year.
I just want to just want to summarize. It's us having the structures centrally to bring our offices together on a regular routine basis, which is what Dr. Pugh was just describing, to really prioritize where schools are and the supports that are needed. Again, the schools that need more supports are able to get those supports, and that is based on us coming together to know the data and talking about where we are with providing supports to those schools. So those internal structures have really been strengthened. We talked about A&S, that's one of the structures where we get to be with all of our leaders. And then there are central structures that Dr. Pugh just talked about. Structures and priority of resources based on the data. That's what's going to allow us to continue to scale this up and to know where we need to allocate the resources.
Dr. Murphy?
And I think another example of this is, which was highlighted in the budget, we went from a ratio of coaches of 1 coach to 45 elementary schools. We are now down to a ratio of 1 coach per 10 elementary schools. And those positions are deployed out into the schools. So this is just another recognition of where we need to kind of prioritize. And then it's also a recognition of how we differentiate those services.
And I hear you talk about accountability in the context of looking at the data. But what happens if a school doesn't make improvement year after year?
So I think Mr. Knightsgate made you a doctor. Mr. Turk and I can both respond to this, but again, it goes back to allocation of resources and building staff capacity. So we were talking about supports that we're planning to put in place based on the state data that we've just received with our star ratings. Again, that's another way we'll differentiate, but really the processes will remain the same as far as school improvement planning. What's going to change is the intensity of the supports that are provided. And looking at the unique needs of that school, are we looking at a new principal that might need a different level of support? Are we looking at content structures that are needed at the school for core teams or leadership teams to come together? And really, how are they looking at data? So it's differentiated based on the special needs of the school. And I don't know, Christoph, if you want to add anything there.
Building on the strengths.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do, a lot of this is under the umbrella of our professional growth system. So we do have an entire existing infrastructure for how we would supervise. Our principals have 10 leadership standards and that we engage with. And so if there was a need for accelerated or more intense support because school performance was not, and I think the key is growth and improvement, because you may not always, at times, just because you see a graphic of red, right, like below proficient data, does not mean that the school is not making progress. So, to move into strategic, to move into proficiency, as a reader, there's a lot of leaps that you're making that it's important to apply nuance to the question around, how's the school making progress, and that we are very attentive as principal supervisors and with our colleagues to really understanding the full context behind a school's growth and performance over time. And we would expect a school to make significant improvement every year, no matter where their overall performance data is on the aggregate. So the same way, in that same spirit for a school that may have a high density of proficiency or above proficiency data, that they are still moving their most marginalized learners forward in a accelerated way. So I think we we have supervisory visits that we engage with principals around that can include a range of settings, core team meetings, administrative settings, classroom visits. And so we will gauge, the sort of tailored support that's needed, right, as we experience the leadership moves and the performance of the school and the school team's role, the school leadership team's role in that. And we continue, to collaborate with other offices around where specific supports may be needed, given, what that school may need at that time, whether it's professional learning support, whether it might be family engagement work, So it's just critical that we remain very present and visible in the work of the principal and their team to be able to help make sure that they're making that adequate growth. And we leverage our PGS, our professional growth system, to make sure that they have opportunities to learn and grow. And the last thing I would just add is we also have leader learning, and we want to make sure that professional development, again, this goes back to the levers, right, that is differentiated and tailored to, what school leaders need, not a one-size-fits-all, but that we're very intentional about why principals are experiencing the learning that they are so they can take it back to their school and make those gains.
In terms of the recommendations and actions around, we have like 5 bullets here. Question, we don't see the end of year evidence of learning until October of next year, is that correct? That's a long time to wait to see what happened. What can the board monitor over the next few months to give us a sense of how well the implementation of your recommended actions is going?
So we have a couple things that can be monitored. So we're getting ready to enter a lot of testing for our schools.
A lot of what?
Testing for our schools. So the assessment windows for spring are going to be opening up very soon after spring break. District assessments are currently happening right now at the secondary level. So that's something, Q3 district assessments, we can bring forward to you as a summary, just so you can get a pulse on that standards aligned grade level instruction. As we get MAP data for the spring window, which is about to open, even before evidence of learning in the fall, we can share that with you. And Dr. Addison is here, she'd be better able to share some timelines, but we can get that for you. So the individual data points that comprise the evidence of learning, we can share that data as we are moving throughout the rest of this school year so that you get a sense, that's how we look at the data, of where we're heading before we get to evidence of learning in the fall. So we're happy to do that.
Okay, I'd love to work with the administration to do that over our upcoming meetings.
This also positions us to start the new school year, and so we are already gearing up this spring with the start of the school improvement planning process at the schools so that they can, go through that the early part of the summer and they can be ready to push off by mid-July. So it is a cycle that you're seeing, and they're going to pull in that data from this past year also to make whatever adjustments they need to make.
Yeah, I think our community is very supportive of our school system, but they want to see the progress that we're making. And so however we can chunk it so that they're not just seeing this twice a year, but they're seeing the progress that you're making along the way, I think that will be very helpful. My final question about community schools. So my question always has been, is the community school model supposed to help with academic achievement? Is it a national evidence-based model, and is it supposed to help with academic achievement? I know we're not there yet because the COVID and everything, but is that the expectation?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. It is one of their 4 pillars, and that it is expected to improve academic outcomes. And I think it's health and academic outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, So I appreciate everything that that was presented today. I apologize that we are so behind schedule. I'd love, but very useful information. Again, our community is supportive of our school system, and they want to see the progress that we're making with accountability and transparency, and we are committed as a school system to do just that. There's nothing more important that the board does than improving academics for our children, in my opinion. So let's roll up our sleeves and continue to do what we are here to do, which is help our students thrive. So thank you so much for the presentation. I don't know if you have any closing comments, Dr. May.
Thank you, team. Tonight in the presentation, you made the theory of action come alive from the district to the classroom, which is exactly what this is about. So thank you for being so explicit. Thank you to our school leaders who came tonight. I know you've had a long day, but we really appreciate you being here to be able to share in the pride that we have in the work that's being done in your schools that's benefiting students. So thank you so much. Thank you, team. Great job.
And there's more. We are moving on to agenda item number 8.
All right, as they're coming to the table for our agenda item number 8, welcome Ms. Carmijas and Mr. Adams. So today they're going to be providing updates around our CIP. As you know, the requested funding, or the funding that the county executive provided to us has put us into a position where the county council has come back and asked us to do something that we have never been asked to do before, which was to make a second round of non-recommended recommendations related to our CIP. So the team's here to share that this evening. So I'll turn it over to you.
All right, well, I think we're just going to dive right in an effort of time here, but Ms. Carmijas is going to walk us through the second round of non-recommended reductions, and just provide you the update of what that means. You know, I do believe, you know, as we've talked before, you know, the out years of our CIP is rather thin. We don't have a lot of projects, so unfortunately, when looking at these situations, there are only a couple options here. But Ms. Carmijas is going to walk us through that and certainly answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. So there are 2 other things on the agenda. The second thing that we'll discuss is the superintendent's recommendation for the relocation of Burtonsville Elementary School. And the last item we will look at is the superintendent's recommendation for the boundary study scope for the reopening of Charles W. Woodward High School. Next slide. So this is just a quick recap of where we have been. Back in January, the county executive came out with his recommendation, which was about $62.7 million less than the board's request. So we did have to come up with some non-recommended reductions to meet that almost $62 million reduction from the difference between the superintendent's recommendation, the Board of Education's request and the county executive's recommendation. Next slide, please. So those non-recommended reductions are here on the slide. It was a 2-year delay for Highland View Elementary School addition and Damascus High School major capital project, reduction in some expenditures in the FY24 for ADA compliance and sustainability initiative PDFs or projects, and then reductions in the out years for our roof replacement projects. So that totaled our, got close to the difference between the board's request and the CE's recommendation, the initial one. Next slide, please. And this just shows the numbers. So the board's request, you could see in the top slot, in the top graph, and the non-recommended reductions was a difference of about $56 million. And then you can see on the bottom slide, it's the county executive's recommendation versus those non-recommended reductions. The difference was about $5 million, 5.4. We didn't get exactly aligned with the county executive's recommendation, but the non-recommended reductions did get us really close. Next slide. So then on March 15th, County Executive released amendments to his recommendation. The additional amendments was a $31.5 million reduction from his original recommendation, and you can see that difference there. It was a pretty big hit in 2026 and 2027. Next slide. So again, the county council or ed committee asked the board to come up with a second round of non-recommended reductions to align with the county executive's amendments. Adhering to the request, we have the non-recommended reductions, which went over to the county council, I believe yesterday, was a one-year delay for the Colonel Zadok Magruder High School Major Capital Project, which would now be a completion date of August 2030. And then we did do a number of technical adjustments to shift expenditures to align as closely as we could with the county executive's second recommendation. Next slide, please. So again, similar slides. The Board of Education's request is at the top in that first chart, and the non-recommended reductions, which is round 2, is that second number. So the total is almost $89 million. So when we're looking at the non-recommended reductions, it's a total first round and what we're calling second round. So that non-recommended reduction, round 2, reduces the board's request by almost $89 million. And if you look at the next chart underneath, you could see the county executive's recommendation with the amendments and the non-recommended reductions, again, total, round 2, but it's the total. So the difference is $4.4 million. So the non-recommended reductions align with the county executive's second round, his recommendation with amendments by about $4.4 million is the difference between those two. Next slide. I think that's it.
Any questions or comments? Okay, if not, we can move on.
All right, we'll go right into the next topic. Next slide. We have had a variety of conversations and obviously public hearing on the Burtonsville Elementary School. So just as a recap, the superintendent made a recommendation to relocate Burtonsville Elementary School to the property owned by the Board of Education. And obviously, we've gone through multiple work sessions and a public hearing on that. And I believe we are in a really good place with the community, and there's general agreement around this approach. So again, next steps would be to start the design, start to work with the community, start to identify opportunities for the new school, and really just start to move further into this design and construction of a new Burtonsville Elementary School. So next slide. I think we could probably skip aside. This is just the view of where it is, but I believe we've shown this multiple times. Next slide. And we certainly have the opportunity for discussion, but this is one that will require a vote and approval. So if there's any discussion, certainly we can go into discussion. Otherwise, I can read the resolution and go through a motion and vote.
Yeah, I think you can read the resolution.
I was just going to move it. I didn't know there was a resolution.
So this one's short. This is resolved. The Board of Education approved the relocation of Burtonsville Elementary School to the Northeast Consortium Elementary School number 17 site with a completion date of August 2027.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous with those present.
All right, we'll go right into the next one. The next is the boundary scope of work for the Woodward High School reopening. Again, this also involves the expansion of Northwood High School. So the recommendation of the superintendent, as you can see, is 8 high schools encompassing all of the Down County Consortium, as well as Walter Johnson, Walt Whitman, and BCC high schools. And you can see the 14 middle schools, obviously all of the Down County Consortium middle schools, as well as the middle schools of those high school clusters. Next slide. And again, this is just the map showing the rationale and the geography behind the reasoning. Next slide. And this is the schedule. So this schedule is a a reflection of our public comments. You know, this schedule does reflect a little bit of our earlier release of the superintendent's recommendation as we get closer to the next decision, was about 2 years from now. So we heard that comment, and obviously as we get into the next phases of this, hiring a consultant, really engaging with our community in a different way around boundary studies to make sure we have as much information to inform the superintendent's recommendation when we get to that point. Next slide. I think we're again at the point where we can read, these ones a little bit longer, but we can read the resolutions and go into discussion.
Yes, please.
Okay. So resolved that the scope of the boundary study to establish the service area for the reopening of Charles Woodward High School includes the following high schools: Bethesda Chevy Chase, Montgomery Blair, Albert Einstein, Walter Johnson, John F. Kennedy, Northwood, Wheaton, Walt Whitman, and be it further resolved that the scope of the boundary study to establish service area for the reopening of Charles Woodward include the following middle schools: Argyle, Eastern, A. Mario Loiterman, Newport Mill, North Bethesda, Parkland, Thomas W. Pyle, Odessa Shannon, Silver Creek, Silver Spring International, Sligo, Tacoma Park, Tilden, Westland. And be it further that no elementary schools be included in the boundary study, and be it further that due to the extent of the boundary study, a request for proposal will be issued to hire a consultant to support Montgomery County Public Schools staff with the boundary study process, including but not limited to facilitation and community engagement. And be it further that an anticipated timeline for the boundary study process to determine the service area for the reopening of Charles Woodward High School be provided below. Spring 2023 request for proposal. Summer 2023 Board of Education approves that consultant. Fall 23 Montgomery County Public Schools staff and consultant prepare a community engagement process to provide stakeholders with meeting information. Early 2024 fall of 2024 boundary study process, community meetings, option development feedback. Early 2025 boundary study report is released. That's the piece that we were talking about earlier. Winter 2025 superintendent's recommendation on the boundary study is released. Winter 2025, this is the February-March timeline. Again, spring amendment timeline, Board of Education work sessions, public hearings, and action on the superintendent's recommendation on the boundary study. And be it further that the boundary study be conducted in accordance with the Board of Education policy FAA, Educational Facilities Planning, and Montgomery County Public Schools Regulation FAA-RA, Long Range Educational Facilities Planning.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Okay, very good. So that brings us to item number 9, consent items. I ask board members if they have any consent items that they would like to pull. Ms. Harris.
9.1, please.
Anyone else? If not, could I get a motion, please, to move 9.2 to 9.9 in block?
We move 9.2 to 9.9 in block.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous with those present. Mr. Hall, if we could you specify what item it is?
Yeah, contract number 4599.4, which is $500,000 for vertical file cabinets. And, just on the theory of having been a teacher in MCPS, seen many, many empty file cabinets around, never having heard any teacher, staff member, or administrator say they needed more file cabinets, and looking at, I think, a really deep interest here among this group to perhaps provide some funding for the very well thought out composting proposal that the compostology teams, do we need $500,000 worth of vertical filing cabinets? Have we done everything we can to assess need, perhaps repurpose and redistribute existing inventory, and maybe free up some money to fund the composting program?
So we certainly can take a deeper dive into that. We do use these both at central office and at schools, and I believe it's actually even written in language in the teacher's contract that they will be provided with these. So there is a need, but we can certainly take another look and re-examine, exactly how wide that need is.
Thank you. And I've heard this about the teacher's contract and filing cabinets before, and MCEA keeps touting out how all these sustainability things that they want MCPS to do. And so, we're in negotiations right now. Could somebody put the filing cabinet thing on the table to discuss? Do we need need all these filing cabinets. Honestly, $500,000 in filing cabinets, I think we could use that money for better purposes.
Consider it on the table.
And Mr. Holt did share earlier that he has created a pot of money that students can apply to fund their sustainability and other projects as well.
Yeah, that the Student Climate Action Council will be, among other things, tasked with putting together an RFP and getting proposals from students and making decisions about mini grants, but those will be just isolated throughout the system. And I think, the students came forward with a very substantive, very well thought through, soup to nuts budget proposal to expand composting over a 2-year period. So 2 different things, I think.
All right, could I get a motion to move 9.1?
I have a procedural question first. If Mr. Hull is willing to take a look at this, should we be voting on it? Or should it come back as another proposal?
I think you're saying for the future you're looking at it, but you need this contract approved.
Yeah, so we will bring this up in our discussions with MCEA, and we'll see where their stand is on this, and if there's progress that can be made. So this would just be part of the ongoing discussions that we're having with them already. We will just introduce this.
But you need this contract approved tonight.
Yeah, I do agree.
Oh, for the contract, yes, we need we would like to have the contract approved tonight. But this is a maximum spending authority, so just because we're approved for $500,000 does not mean that we will purchase based on the need. This is just a up to amount.
I have a clarifying question. So if assume, because we haven't talked to MCEA, right? If assume this is still stay in the contract, how often do we request this $500,000? How often does it come to the board for approval?
So we would keep an open contract, the threshold may vary, but we would keep an open contract at all times because we never know when the need will arise. I mean, they're made out of metal, they last a long time, but they don't last forever. And so when the need does arise, we just need to be able to have the ability a contract in place so we can make the purchase without having to go at that point through the entire contracting process. But again, this is just an up to amount, and we're only purchasing based on what the need is. We're not stockpiling cabinets in the warehouse or anything like that.
Okay. So can I get a motion to move 9.1?
Motion to approve 9.1.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 10. Could I get a motion to move 10.1 and 10.2 in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous with those present. 10.3 is a new business item. Does anyone have a new business item to introduce?
I have a resolution I'd like to offer to the board today for the board to take action at our next meeting on the 20th of April. So I'd be happy to read through it. I promise to be as fast as I possibly can.
Go ahead.
Whereas the Montgomery County Board of Education's FY 2022-2025 strategic plan demonstrates the board's commitment to both academic excellence and well-being for all Montgomery County Public Schools students, and whereas the MCPS Be Well 365 initiative includes a commitment to ensure that all students become positive members of the school and broader community, and whereas the board believes that these priorities lead to post-secondary success in college, career, and community for all students, and whereas educating our students about responsible civic engagement, discourse, and participation is a critical component of voter registration and prepares students for post-secondary success, and whereas MCPS and the Montgomery County Board of Elections and MCPS already work collaboratively to promote voter registrations in county high schools, and whereas the board believes that students can pursue and maintain civic engagement through voter education programs by encouraging their peers and families to become civically engaged through participation in all federal, state, and local elections, now therefore be it resolved that MCPS shall provide eligible students with access to official voter registration information and civic engagement education as follows. Any request by a student to be provided voter registration materials and/or information shall immediately be provided to the appropriate school official, granting the student access to necessary information. And the board directs the superintendent to explore opportunities to incorporate comprehensive information related to civic engagement, voting rights, poll worker service, and the process of voting, including how to cast an absentee ballot or vote in person during early voting or on election day, as a critical element of social studies instruction, and provide a written report to the board no later than May 10th, 2023. And the board direct the superintendent to explore the feasibility of identifying staff in each high school who will serve as a designated point of contact for continued partnership with the Board of Elections and for working with students to coordinate voter registration activities throughout the school year, including student-run voter registration drives in the fall and spring, and to provide a written report to the board no later than May 10th, 2023. And MCPS implemented voter registration education initiatives and efforts shall be nonpartisan and without pressure or influence on any individual or group of individuals to register to vote for any particular political party, to vote for any particular candidate, or to solicit campaign contributions.
I just wanted to say that I'm very happy to see this resolution, Mr. Kim. I know that the Board of Elections has said that our student voter registration has really taken a hit during the pandemic because we weren't actively tabling and getting students to register to vote. I do have some questions, like with number 1. What does that really mean? It's kind of worded in a complicated way, so I'm not sure what. Any request will be sent to an official at the school, and the official will give the student the information that they need? Is that what that says?
Yes, so
What are you trying to, that's the
the
problem?
subject of the sentence is request and the object is school official. I know there's a lot of words in the middle there, but it's really the ability to connect students with the correct channels to get the information that they need.
But what's the problem you're trying to solve? Like, you,
To provide access and ensure that students have, as you mentioned, a lot of this really came from that need to create a more effective system of creating that opportunity for students to register to vote. In conversations, some of these points here also really kind of speak to and I think address a lot of the pieces that, everything else around it, how to actually vote, what does it mean to be registered, and kind of the instruction, information, and education that comes with that, and this is certainly a part of that.
okay.
Yes, I would wonder though, should it be a school official and or a Board of Elections official in case the school official can't provide whatever they're looking for?
Perhaps.
The only reason I asked is because when I read it, I kind of had the same reaction Carla did. I thought something was missing. I don't think it's missing. I just wonder about the appropriate person to address any questions to. So, I mean, either they can address it to the school official and the school official can figure out how to get it, Just, it is a little unclear right there.
Yeah, and I think, in the third point, in terms of identifying that kind of contact point, what the language, the choice of this language really speaks to is kind of that flexibility, right? So a student is able to come to a staff member, and the staff member is able to make that connection, and ultimately the student receives the information that they need.
Okay. And I know there was legislation this session about having voter registration information on our website. Do you know if we have that on our MCPS website? And is that something we should have? I put that under consideration since it came up at this session. Mrs. Evans.
I had a question. Don't we currently have a point of contact at every high school for our students in terms of getting that kind of information?
So I can speak a little bit about the current practices. To my understanding, right now the Board of Elections does try to hold voter registration drives in all the high schools. The point of contact falls under MCPS's student leadership unit. So the contact point in the schools is their SGA sponsors or the SGA advisors. But ultimately, it's another adjacently student advocacy related thing that falls under that umbrella of their work. And as a result, we hear about kind of the fracture that exists, and it certainly contributes to the reasons why there's been a dip. And in speaking to some representatives from the Board of Elections, making that connection has been a real challenge, especially in recent years.
Just good to have, to let the community hear more context behind your resolution. That's all. Thank you.
And I know this is going to sit on the table until the next board meeting. And I wanted to check with you, May 10th date, you will still be around, because this is your first resolution, so I want to make sure that you're still around to see what the administration comes up with, so.
I'll be here till July, so.
Okay.
He'll be here.
Excellent. All right, so I think we need a motion and a second to approve this resolution to sit on the table. Is that correct, Ms. Seabrook? Okay, just need a second?
Move to, that was a motion. The reading the resolution was a motion? No. I move we accept the draft resolution for consideration at the next board meeting.
All in favor, raise your hand.
Did you get a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present. Thank you. Okay, and so item 11 on our agenda is for information purposes only. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, all in favor? Take that back. All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with those present, and we are adjourned.